Chapter 50:30. What do you want? The woman in black roared crazily. She had already lowered her head and admitted defeat. Was he still going to continue? What do I want? Lin Xian sneered. Have you been high and mighty for too long? Have you forgotten how to beg for mercy? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying law that swept in all directions. He looked ahead and sneered. If you want to beg for mercy, you should look like you are begging for mercy. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times and beg for mercy. You. The woman in black was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times? What kind of joke was this? She shouted angrily. Kid, don't go too far. Although you won, this is only the palace of the undead clan, not the headquarters. You won against me, but it doesn't mean you can win against the entire undead clan. You don't know how terrifying the undead clan is. Now that I'm letting you leave, I'm already doing you a huge favor. If you continue to be stubborn, you will die when the experts from the headquarters come. You still want to threaten me? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the Hellfire Dragon's sword flew out and slashed the woman in half. The power of the great dragon's sword spirit exploded and destroyed the other party's soul. With a scream, the woman in black turned into a bloody mist and no longer existed. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the other party's storage ring. The others were all crazy. No, their eyes turned red. Their protector had actually fallen. Damn it, let's fight. The mighty ones of the undead spirit clan looked at Lin Xian and roared in a frenzy. For a moment, many people charged forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Azura sword technique. First sword. Second sword. The 2 swords struck out together. One by one, the space between the eyebrows of the figures was split open and their souls were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 experts had fallen. The remaining people were facing a great enemy. The attacks of the few terrifying elders were all blocked by Lin Xian and dodged by Shadowless Heaven's net. Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into the god of death and blended into heaven and earth. Damn it, how did this happen? The undead spirit elder and the others were terrified, furious, and roaring. The other party was too strong. Apart from his super powerful trump card, his strength was top-notch. A top-notch movement technique and a top-notch killer move. Damn it, this was the ultimate technique of the Infernal Assassin organization. The other party was a terrifying killer saint. On top of that, he had mastered the 2 martial monarch arts to such a terrifying level. They couldn't believe it. Stop it, we give in. The undead elder who had attacked earlier roared. The others also stopped, lowered their heads, and said, Let's go. We are no match for him. We admit defeat. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. I've said it before. If he submitted, he had to act like he was submitting. He had to kneel down, kowtow, and admit defeat. Damn it. Undead elder and the others gritted their teeth and knelt down. They lowered their heads and said, We admit defeat. Lin Xian swung his sword at the undead spirit elder, splitting him apart. His Tianji divine eyes shot out soul fire, burning the undead spirit elder. The undead spirit elder's heart and soul were destroyed. The others roared crazily. Damn it, we have already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Lin Xian swung his sword again. Didn't I say that I won't kill you if you submit? In an instant, 2 elders fell here. The surrounding people became terrified. This was a demon god, an existence they couldn't provoke. No one dared to resist anymore. They knelt on the ground and buried their heads deep in the ground. Lin Xian didn't kill these people. He formed a seal with his palms, and a pair of divine eyes appeared above the 9 heavens looking down. Wherever his gaze passed, the seal of life and death appeared. He wanted to turn all these people into puppets. He controlled them. Damn it, these people felt the seal of life and death imprinted in their souls. They roared unwillingly. A few powerful elders wanted to resist, but they were swallowed by Lin Xian with the heavens swallowing jar. They turned into blood water. The others couldn't resist at all. However, they still roared crazily. You have offended the undead spirit clan. You are dead. Just you wait. The number one genius of the undead spirit clan, Dead Spirit Abyss, will kill you easily. Roars sounded one after another, and finally they all disappeared. These people knelt on the ground with respect in their eyes, looked at Lin Xian and shouted, Greetings, Lord. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Very well. Now send a signal to your number one genius, and then set up a killing array. When he comes back, kill him immediately. After giving the order, the undead spirit clan began to move. Lin Xian flew forward. He looked at the rune flag. There was a mysterious rune on it, which carried the power of reincarnation. However, it seemed to be the opposite. Against the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation could make people reincarnate. However, against the 6 paths of reincarnation, it could make people's souls drift between heaven and earth forever. They couldn't disappear at all. The undead spirit clan used this method to control countless undead spirits, and used it as a means of attack. He could feel that there were countless souls in the whole flag. These were all resentful spirits that were deeply locked by this rune. Lin Xian said, I know you all have resentment. Don't worry, I'll let you enter reincarnation. I'll take this rune away. However, you still have one chance to take revenge. I think it won't be long before the number one genius of the undead spirit clan arrives. At that time, whether you want to take revenge or not will be up to you. With that, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and the power of reincarnation appeared. It began to dissolve the rune on the flag. In the end, the rune disappeared and was taken away by Lin Xian. Countless souls rushed out from inside, roaring at the sky. They looked at Lin Xian and kept worshipping him. Thank you, benefactor. We definitely won't let that dead soul's abyss go. These people returned to the flag again and hid. Lin Xian left. Although he didn't know what the dead soul's abyss was, he had become a mortal enemy of the undead spirit clan. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. This time, he would give the undead spirit clan a big gift. The dead soul's abyss was currently in the 3rd level of hell. As the number one genius of the undead spirit clan, he was very powerful. He was even confident that in this life, he could become a true great emperor. From then on, he could sweep through all the worlds. In the 3rd level of hell, he found an ancient tomb and fought against 2 organizations and sects alone. In the end, he defeated hundreds of people. He roared at the sky and shattered the cave with a palm, obtaining a few treasure boxes from inside. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the dead soul's abyss snorted coldly. A bunch of ants, you're no match for me. I'll definitely become a great emperor and rule the world. The people in the distance were terrified. This was too terrifying. This dead soul's abyss was definitely a top-notch genius in the entire underworld. He really had the talent of a young great emperor. Run, don't make an enemy of him. Terrified voices rang out one after another as these people fled one after another. Ants, looking at the fleeing figures in the distance, the dead soul's abyss had a look of disdain. But all of a sudden his brows furrowed. A jade pendant on his body emitted light, which was a signal for help. Chapter 5031. Not good. There was a problem with the temporary residents. Who was it? How dare you attack our undead spirit clan? Instead of searching for other tombs, the abyss of dead souls prepared to leave hell and head to the palace. No matter who it was, if they dared to provoke the undead spirit clan, he would tear them into pieces. With a sway of its body, it turned into a bolt of gray lightning and disappeared in an instant. The demon was finally gone. When the dead soul's abyss left the 3rd level, the other trial takers heaved a sigh of relief. The other party's presence here gave them too much pressure, so much so that they didn't dare to make any moves. Fortunately, the other party had left. As for the reason, they couldn't be bothered to find out. The speed of the Dead Souls abyss was extremely fast. When he arrived at the palace, his brows were tightly knitted together. He found that the palace had been destroyed, and there were still remnants of power around it. There was also a huge crack in the sky. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here. Who was it? He roared angrily and searched in all directions. He caught a few figures in an instant. Those were two great sages. However, under the might of the gigantic hands of the Dead Souls abyss, there was no way they could fight back at all. They shouted angrily, "We haven't offended you, have we? Let us go. We kowtow to you." The two great sages were terrified. The abyss of the Dead Souls snorted coldly. "Who dares to attack the palace of our Dead Souls clan?" The two great sages shook their heads. "We don't know. All we know is that you necromancers have activated a consummate spell formation. There's also an endless black vortex behind it. We didn't dare to go over." "Humph!" The Dead Souls abyss sneered as a gray light flickered in his eyes. He directly searched his soul. The two great sages screamed. They tried their best to resist. But how could they be a match for the Death Souls abyss? In an instant, their souls shattered. The Dead Souls abyss loosened his grip, his face cold. The two great saints were not lying. They really did not know who the enemy was. He snorted coldly. "No matter who it is, I will not let him off." His figure flickered as he strode forward. Inside the palace, the Dead Souls abyss shouted angrily, "Black Protector, come out and meet me." The status of the Dead Souls abyss was so high that even the protectors of the palace had to pay their respects to him. However, after shouting a few times, he realized that no one came to see him. What's going on? The Dead Souls abyss was furious. He waved his hand, and a mysterious rune appeared. "Undead spirit race, quickly come and meet me." His loud and clear voice spread in all directions, causing everyone to feel terrified. Soon, one figure after another appeared in the shattered buildings and pavilions. They were from the Undead clan. These people came before the Dead Souls abyss, lowered their heads, and spoke quickly. "Young master, please avenge us." The Death Spirits abyss coldly snorted. "Who was he? Who dares to attack my undead spirit clan?" His eyes were filled with endless fury. However, at this moment, the eyes of the martialists who had lowered their heads gleamed coldly. The few elders who took the lead suddenly struck out, slapping the body of the Dead Souls abyss viciously. Boom! Today, there was an earth-shaking sound. The Dead Souls abyss was sent flying, and several palm prints appeared on his body. He spat out blood and roared, "Damn it, are you guys crazy? How dare you attack me?" He really couldn't understand why his clansmen would attack. Could it be that these people were in disguise? But from the looks of it, that was not the case. The eyes of the Dead Spirit clan shone with extremely sharp light. "I'm following the Master's orders to kill you. Kill!" With a roar, these sages rushed over. All kinds of laws and abilities were unleashed in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, there were many array formations in the surroundings that flickered and charged towards the Dead Souls abyss. The Dead Souls abyss roared angrily. Were they all controlled? Who was it? He was a top-notch expert, and he instantly understood what was going on. Looking at these people's eyes, he knew that they had been controlled by someone else and had become puppets. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. The light on his body circulated, and his injuries quickly healed. In the next moment, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. "You guys have been controlled, and you no longer belong to my undead spirit clan. I'll give you a quick death." He attacked with both hands, and it was as if they had turned into two peerless blades that slashed forward. In an instant, more than a dozen figures were split in half. These people's souls were destroyed, and there was no pain. The Dead Souls abyss was incomparably cold. To be honest, although these people were controlled, they were still his clansmen. Now that they had attacked and killed his clansmen, the Dead Souls abyss was infuriated. He had to find the mastermind behind this and tear him to pieces. The dead soul's abyss was really too powerful. He swept through everything alone. Although he had suffered some injuries in the process, his injuries were quickly recovering. In the end, the undead spirit clan and the array formations in the sky were all torn apart. The dead soul's abyss was stained with blood, both his and his clansmen's. His face was a little pale, but it seemed that his life was not in danger. Damn it! He roared at the sky. However, at this moment, the dead soul's flag in front of him burst out with light. Endless souls poured in and enveloped the dead soul's abyss. They crazily devoured the souls of the dead soul's abyss. The dead soul's abyss was heavily injured again, and he roared crazily. His soul had been wounded. He retreated and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, even you guys dare to attack me? He was really angry, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Eye of the dead soul's soul-stealing. His eyes turned gray without any luster. However, they were emitting an extremely terrifying soul pressure. Wherever it passed, the surrounding resentful spirits seemed to have been cut by a divine sword. They kept shattering. Those resentful spirits roared crazily, wanting to escape. However, the dead soul's abyss was truly enraged. Under this pair of eyes, everything was reduced to ashes. In the end, the entire palace was torn apart and shattered. Only the dead soul's abyss was still standing there, but his current situation was also very bad. Previously, he had fought with his own clansmen. It caused his body to be injured. Now he was fighting with these resentful spirits, causing his soul to be injured. In short, he was severely injured. The people in the distance were shocked when they saw this scene. What was going on? Was the dead soul's abyss crazy? They were dumbstruck that they wanted to attack their own clansmen. The dead soul's abyss roared at the sky. Damn it, no matter who you are, I will definitely find you and tear you into pieces. The people in the distance were shocked when they heard this. Their scalps went numb. Could it be that there was still a mastermind behind this? They didn't know that the mastermind behind this matter, Lin Xian, had already left. He came to a desolate mountain range, opened up a cave, and set up an array. Then he sat down cross-legged. This time he had obtained a lot of storage rings and resources from the dead soul's race. They were all thrown into the sword world to strengthen his world. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out another rune. This was the rune that went against the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 5032. Lin Xian comprehended. His eye technique had become even more terrifying. Then he adjusted his state to its peak and took a deep breath. His expression became extremely solemn. Next was the most important thing. He wanted to comprehend the demon summoning scripture, which was the inheritance of the great emperor. Closing his eyes, Lin Xian's mind was filled with countless information. It was as if it had turned into a black book that floated in his mind. The demon summoning scripture was created by the demon emperor. It was said that when one cultivated it to an extremely high level, one could summon the demon god from beyond the heavens. It was extremely powerful. The great emperor's technique was very difficult to understand. Lin Xian had a lot of secret arts in his hands. 9 Yang divine body, immortality, seal of the fearless lion. He even had the newly obtained earth divine power, shadowless heaven's net, and Azura sword technique. However, all of them added together were not as difficult to cultivate as the demon summoning scripture. Lin Xian silently comprehended. It had been 3 years. He finally read through the earth ancient scripture and heaved a sigh of relief. It was too difficult. Even a great sage would find it difficult to understand the ancient scripture. He wondered how terrifying a true, living great emperor would be. Lin Xian recalled the demon emperor he saw 100,000 years ago. That was a real great emperor. He gave him the feeling that he could kill him with a single glance. He had never felt this way before. Because his trump card was so powerful, he had always been the one to kill his enemies instantly. But now, there was someone who could kill him instantly. This feeling was 100 times more dangerous than when he saw the Dragon Prince and Kuin Pengzi. The great emperor was indeed an existence that stood at the pinnacle. And now, Lin Xian wanted to cultivate the great emperor's ultimate technique. Lin Xian did not cultivate it completely. After all, he did not want to become a demon. This was different from his ultimate path. However, he could use it as a reference and even choose to cultivate it. The demon summoning scripture not only had internal scriptures, but also various ultimate techniques. For example, there was the demon god's eye, demon god's wings, and demon god's sword. There was even the demon god's seal and demon god's finger. There were various ultimate techniques. According to the ancient scripture, the most important thing was to condense the illusion of the demon god. This phantom was extremely difficult to condense. However, once it was unleashed, its might would be terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. He still did not appear and continued to cultivate in silence. Outside, the wind and clouds were changing. A new batch of geniuses had arrived in the underworld, and they were beginning to rise to prominence and challenge the trials. As for the Dead Spirit clan, the Dead Spirit Abyss had also recovered from its injuries. He frantically searched for the culprit behind the scenes, but the culprit seemed to have disappeared. It did not appear again. Damn it! The abyss of dead souls roared at the sky. He didn't give up and continued to send people from the undead clan to investigate. As long as he felt the power of the Song of the Dead Souls, he would attack regardless of the consequences. As for him, he had entered the 4th level of the underworld. His goal was the great emperor, and he knew that there was already an emperor in this generation. He displayed his powerful strength. If he wanted to become a great emperor, he had to defeat those princes first. Therefore, he cultivated even more crazily and even hoped to encounter some heaven-defying fortuitous encounters in the 4th level of hell. The 7th year. In the 3rd level of hell, a figure walked out of the ruins. It was a monkey with a metal rod in his hand. The moment he came out, he roared at the sky, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The people in the 3rd level were incomparably terrified. In an instant, countless news spread rapidly. Someone had actually walked out of the Azure ruins. Heavens, who was it? What did he obtain? Did he obtain the Azure inheritance? Countless voices were heard, and countless people came to investigate. In the end, they were killed by the monkey with a large metal rod. A bunch of flies get lost. The monkey, Yang Tian, roared. He had also spent a lot of effort to walk out of the Azure ruins. After coming out, he began to search for Lin Xian's whereabouts. Brother Lin had not come out yet? Impossible. Could it be that he was still trapped inside? The monkey came out naturally because the Azure race had something to do with time. With his current strength, he was still unable to deal with time. Therefore, he could only search outside. In the end, he did not find any traces of Lin Xian. He sighed. Perhaps he had already come out. Moreover, Brother Lin had many trump cards. There should be no problem. The monkey was not too sure at first, but when he met the undead spirit race, he understood. This was because the undead spirit race had targeted him, and he had killed several great sages of the undead spirit race. He also received a piece of news. He was not the first to be hunted down. A few years ago, there was a young man who had walked out of the Azure ruins like him. At that time, they had also chased after that young man. In fact, that young man had even destroyed a palace. After the monkey heard this, he immediately laughed. Ha! It must be Brother Lin's brother. He was happy and surprised at the same time. Lin Xian had come out earlier than him. This was too unbelievable. He had killed those great sages of the undead spirit race. The monkey snorted coldly. How dare you attack my brother? You must be tired of living. He also attacked aggressively and destroyed another palace. This caused a commotion in the underworld. Yet another person dared to challenge the undead spirit race. The undead spirit race was going crazy. First, they were slapped in the face by a young man. Now they were slapped in the face by a monkey. They could not tolerate it. They summoned the abyss of the dead spirits. These people began to summon frantically. On the 4th level of hell, the abyss of the dead spirits returned immediately after receiving the news. When he arrived, he realized that it was not the person he wanted to see. It was a monkey. However, he would make the undead spirit race regret it for daring to challenge them. Whether it was a human or a monkey, they would definitely die. Kneel down and accept your death. The abyss of the dead spirits looked at Sun Chi-Tien and shouted coldly. Sun Chi-Tien sneered. You, take my staff. He struck out, and the iron staff swept across the world as if it had turned into a peerless divine weapon. It directly enveloped the abyss of the dead spirits. The abyss of the dead spirits' body was torn into pieces. The surrounding people were shocked. Wasn't he killed? That's impossible. Isn't he the #1 genius of the undead spirit race? How could he be killed so easily? This monkey is too terrifying. Sun Chi-Tien snorted coldly. What a weak ant. He turned around and wanted to leave. However, in the next moment he frowned because there was a sneer in the world. I think you're the ant. I'm an immortal existence. You can't hurt me at all. Sun Chi-Tien suddenly turned around and found that the body that had been torn into pieces had turned into countless rays of light in the form of souls. Then they gathered together and reformed into a human figure, the body of the undead spirit. Sun Chi-Tien furrowed his brows tightly. The abyss of the dead spirit sneered. That's right. I have the body of the undead spirit. How are you going to kill me without a trace? His physique was extremely terrifying. It was the body of the Archean age. Therefore, this injury could not kill him at all. The people in the distance were shocked. As expected of the abyss of the dead spirits, he was indeed heaven-defying. His bloodline and physique could be said to be the strongest person below the arch. Chapter 5033. How dare you claim to be immortal? Sun Chi-Tien sneered. Today I, old Sun, will destroy your soul. He roared angrily and waved his iron cudgel again, enveloping the front. The body of the dead soul's abyss shattered again, turning into countless cracks. Each of the fragments formed a soul, emitting a terrifying aura. Damn it! I, old Sun, will destroy you. Heaven's wrath. He roared at the sky, and a terrifying sound was heard. It was enough to shock the past and present. Retreat. The spectators in the distance retreated frantically. Those who retreated slowly were torn into pieces by the sound. Blood mist fell from the sky. The people of the dead soul's race also knelt on the ground in horror. It was too terrifying. A roar that could destroy the world. Just what kind of divine being was this monkey? The dead soul's abyss also roared coldly. The souls that he condensed were each holding a death scythe. Then they charged forward. Thousands of death scythes gathered and overlapped with each other, colliding with a terrifying sound. The confrontation between the two was earth-shattering. The spectators were dumbfounded. It was too terrifying. The dead soul's abyss was not the #1 genius. The monkey was also terrifying. The unique skills that he used were really terrifying. After one move, the two of them fought again. They either fought in close combat or from afar. All kinds of unique skills were emerging. The spectators were dumbfounded. Were they really just two young people? Why did it feel like two young great emperors were fighting? This was truly a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Countless experts of the underworld nodded their heads as they watched this scene. They heard that there was a crown prince in wholly distant ancient city, and the dragon prince was eyeing the underworld. The underworld had the nether emperor, but there was no crown prince. The dead soul's abyss was equivalent to an uncrowned king. This title was too heavy. It was equivalent to treating the dead soul's abyss as a crown prince. However, the other party was indeed qualified. The strength that the other party displayed was really powerful. Perhaps even a great sage intermediate would be easily torn to pieces if they went up. However, what was more shocking was the monkey. The Dead Souls Abyss bloodline was not ordinary. That was why he was so terrifying. But what was the origin of this monkey? It was too terrifying. His blood chi shocked the world. The iron staff in his hand swept out in all directions, and it was as if a great sage facing off against a great sage was like an ant facing off against a dragon. There was no way he could resist at all. Even if it was the Dead Souls Abyss, it was still beaten up to the point where its blood was rumbling and it was howling madly. Damn it, go to hell! The Dead Souls Abyss roared angrily, and endless gray laws appeared on his body. It was as if he had transformed into the god of death as he charged forward. There were tens of thousands of scythes beside him, which turned into a terrifying light. It could take away one's life force. At this moment, everyone was looking up. "Aye, old son, I'm not afraid of you." The monkey was more direct. He waved the iron cudgel in his hand as if an ancient god had come back to life. He swung out 9 times in a row, shattering heaven and earth in an unpredictable manner. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. The entire world was constantly shattering, turning into chaos. Martial Tao Heavenly Eye. At this moment, Sun Qitian let out a furious roar as his eyes shone with golden light. Golden flames descended, igniting the 9 heavens. The surrounding vengeful spirits screamed crazily and turned into black smoke. What is this? At this moment, everyone from the underworld felt their hair stand on end. The other party's golden eyes and golden flames were too terrifying. It gave them a great sense of threat. It was as if it was born to restrain them. The Dead Soul's Abyss body was also enveloped by the golden flames and instantly burned. He screamed as half of his body turned into ashes. His eyes were filled with horror. "Damn it, who are you? Who are you?" He was too shocked. In the younger generation of the entire underworld, there were no more than 3 people who could compete with him. But now, there was someone who could suppress him. Moreover, he had been completely restrained by it. The other party's gaze was really terrifying. It easily pierced through his body. Damn it! The Dead Soul's Abyss turned around and left. There was no way to fight. The moment the martial Tao Heavenly Eye appeared, it was really too strong to restrain him. Did he escape? Countless powerhouses of the underworld looked at this scene with shock. However, they did not feel that the Dead Soul's Abyss had lost, because everyone felt a sense of horror. Whether it was the young geniuses or the older powerhouses, they were all looking at the monkey with awe. They even decided that if there was a chance, they would definitely kill the other party. Because this person was the nemesis of all the underworld. The monkey sneered. "Want to run? Stay here for me, old son." The martial Tao Heavenly Eye attacked again and pierced through the other party's body. Then the iron staff swept across and directly smashed the Dead Soul's Abyss into pieces. The Dead Soul's Abyss was severely injured. His broken body turned into countless souls. They flew in all directions and finally escaped. Infinite. The monkey snorted. Countless people were shocked, and there were even people who were secretly watching the monkey. But Sun Qitian was still not afraid. What happened 5 days later shocked the entire underworld. Sun Qitian was being hunted down. The person who attacked was a pinnacle great sage, a top great sage of the Dead Souls race. He was extremely powerful. The other party had a Dead Souls pagoda. He attacked Sun Qitian aggressively. Although Sun Qitian was strong, he was only an early stage great sage. Facing a pinnacle great sage, he was still injured. Even the martial Tao Heavenly Eye could not hurt a pinnacle great sage this time. Sun Qitian could only retreat. That pinnacle great sage wanted to completely kill Sun Qitian, but he found that he could not do it. Damn it. In the end, Sun Qitian escaped with injuries and left a message. "When I, old son, reach the pinnacle, it will be the time of the Dead Souls race's destruction." As soon as these words came out, the underworld was shocked. The pupils of the Dead Souls race also shrank. That pinnacle great sage even gave an order. Find. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he must find him. And he swore that the next time he attacked, it would not be just one pinnacle great sage. At least 5 pinnacle great sages were needed to kill him, destroy his opponent's soul. It was not only the dead soul's race. Some powerful families and sects in the underworld felt that Sun Chichen was a scourge. They were also secretly looking for him. They even formed an alliance. 10 pinnacle great sages attacked together, sweeping across the world. In the end, they did not find him. This made their faces turn ugly. Could it be that he had already left the underworld? Everyone's heart was heavy. If they let him break through again in the future and come back, how many of them could resist him? The atmosphere of the dead soul's race was also solemn. However, the dead soul's abyss said, his eyes are too strange. Other than that, I am not afraid. As long as I find a magic treasure to block those eyes, I can kill him with my sword. The dead soul's race regained their hope. The dead soul's abyss was their family's hope. He would definitely become a great emperor in the future. No matter how strong the other party was, he was no match for him. The pinnacle great sage said, "Don't worry, we will forge a sacred weapon for you to block his golden eyes." Chapter 5034. Lin Xian didn't know about all of this. At this moment, Lin Xian was still in seclusion. He entered the sword world to cultivate the demon's summoning scripture. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th year. Lin Xian's demon summoning scripture was only at the beginner level. However, because he cultivated the demon's summoning scripture, it allowed him to cultivate Shadowless Heaven's net and Shura sword even faster. The Shura sword Art was already able to unleash the 3rd sword. The Shadowless Heaven's net movement technique had become even more unpredictable than before. In addition, there was another ability in the demon's summoning scripture, which was the wings of the demon god. Although they were both movement techniques, the two were different. The Shadowless Heaven's net was equivalent to dodging quickly within a certain range. As for the wings of the demon god, it was extremely fast when flying in a straight line. Both had their strengths. In addition to the wings of the demon god, there was also the seal of the demon god. It could transform into a large seal, which was a powerful attack. The song of the demon god. It was different from the previous song of the dead. The song of the dead was equivalent to a mark, which was used to chase after the enemy. However, the song of the demon god was an attack. Soul attack. When the song was played, the soul instantly collapsed. At that time, when combined with Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes, the power would increase exponentially. Other than that, there were also many divine abilities. As expected of the great emperor's inheritance, it was really too powerful. Now, Lin Xian could finally experience the terror of those emperors. Even if a great emperor died, he could still preserve his family for tens of millions of years. It had been 10 years. It was time to go out and take a look. Lin Xian's current strength had increased by leaps and bounds, much stronger than before. Moreover, he didn't know what was going on outside. He would look for the Monkey King and then check out the other situations in hell. If there was nothing special, Lin Xian was prepared to return to wholly distant ancient city. After all, his goal was the Dragon Prince. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked out. At the same time, the underworld had changed in the past 10 years, especially the 18 levels of hell. There was also a new batch of cultivators. The first level of the underworld, Catoptric Deflection. At this moment, a new batch of cultivators had recruited another batch of cultivators. Catoptric Deflection, they were even stronger than before. It could be said that there were not many sects on the first level that could contend against them. Even now, Catoptric Deflection was preparing to enter the second level and develop his own forces there. In the Catoptric Deflection, a few figures were chatting beside the lake. One of them said, "Have you heard? The monkey that had swept through the undead spirit race and even severely injured the dead spirit abyss. It has something to do with our illusionary flower, Moon Clan." Really? That monkey was too heaven-defying. He definitely had the talent of a young great emperor. It was no wonder that the dead soul's abyss was defeated by him. There are also people who say that the monkey's martial Tao heavenly eye is too terrifying and is specifically used to restrain people from the underworld. Otherwise, the dead soul's abyss would not have been defeated so thoroughly. They might even win. Voices sounded one after another. However, at this moment, a big man walked over and said with a smile, "What do you know?" Before that monkey, there was another person who had swept through the palace of the undead spirit clan. That's a member of our illusionary flowers, reflected moon. What? Our catoptric deflection actually has such an awesome person? When the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. They had just joined a few years ago, so they didn't know what had happened before. And this big man was the one who had followed Nero, Lin Xian, and the others to carry out the mission together. Therefore, he had naturally seen Lin Xian and knew that Lin Xian had saved Monkey King. The big man said, "Not only that, do you know that monkey? She was saved by the people from the illusionary flowers, water, and moon. Which great god is it?" Many people were shocked. The big man laughed. His name was Lin Wudi. Next, the big man told them what had happened back then. Although he only gave a rough description, the people around him were extremely shocked after hearing it. Oh God, Lin Wudi was actually so powerful. "Do you think these two people are the Emperor's sons?" Someone asked. The big man said that he didn't know. Even if they weren't the Emperor's sons, they were geniuses who weren't far off. In the future, they were destined to stand at the peak of the universe. Stand at the peak? With just the two of them? They were destined to go to the 18th level of hell. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The people of the illusionary flower, reflected moon, were stunned. Many people's faces darkened. Because, according to the big man, Lin Wudi was a member of the illusionary flower, reflected moon. Now that someone was looking down on Lin Wudi, they were looking down on the illusionary flower, reflected moon. In an instant, they were furious. "Who are you? Get out here." "That's right, who are you? How dare you look down on the people of the illusionary flower, reflected moon? Why can't Lin Gongzi and Lin Wudi stand at the peak of the world? What are the illusionary flower, reflected moon? I can destroy it with one hand. Damn it! How dare you look down on the illusionary flower, reflected moon?" The saints were instantly enraged. They had already joined the illusionary flower, reflected moon, so they naturally had to protect the reputation of their sect. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard the words of the person in front of them, killing intent instantly surged out from their bodies. One after another, extremely terrifying laws swept between heaven and earth. "How dare you ants make a move against me?" The mysterious figure in front of them raised the corners of his mouth into a disdainful smile. The founder of the illusionary flower, reflected moon, couldn't even block 3 of my moves back then. "Do you think that ants like you can block a single finger of mine? It's as easy as flipping my hand if I want to kill you. How is that possible?" The surrounding members were all stunned. The founder of the illusionary flower, reflected moon, couldn't block 3 of his moves? What a joke! Although they hadn't seen their founder yet, he was definitely an extremely terrifying expert to be able to create the illusionary flower, reflected moon. The burly man from before furrowed his brows tightly. The person in front of him didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that he was really an extremely terrifying existence? The mysterious figure in front of them ignored the saints. Instead, he looked at the lake further away. He said, "This is the territory of the illusionary flower, reflected moon, right?" There was an extremely terrifying array around it. He walked to the left and took a step forward. In an instant, he surpassed the surrounding saints. He arrived above the lake. He looked around. Not bad. It seemed that the power of the array had increased over the years. When the surrounding sages saw this scene, they all frowned. Someone sneered. "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to attack our illusionary flower, reflected moon? Don't joke around. Our array isn't something that you can resist." Before they could finish speaking, they were all stunned. The mysterious man in front of them stretched out a finger and gently waved it. The array around them kept shattering. The entire lake was split in half by him. How was this possible? The people of the illusionary flower, reflected moon, widened their eyes in disbelief. If they didn't have a token, they wouldn't be able to enter these arrays at all. Even a supreme saint would be destroyed in body and soul. But now, the other party had easily broken through them. Could it be that this person had really reached the peak of perfection? Chapter 5035. Under this finger, the entire lake was split in half. Inside the lake, the people of the illusionary flowers, water, and moon were even more shocked. They felt that their surroundings were shaking. Endless power surged down, and there was even the sound of the array shattering. Damn it, what happened? Someone was attacking them. Illusionary flowers, water, and moon? Who was it? Was it a powerhouse from the second level? Go out and take a look. In an instant, many powerhouses rushed out, shouting loudly. However, when they saw a person on the lake, they were shocked. When he used a finger to shatter the surroundings, they were all stunned. Heavens, what kind of person was this? His strength was simply too strong. Nero also rushed out. When she saw the figure in front of her, her pupils suddenly shrank. Abyss of dead souls, you actually came here? As soon as these words came out, the others were also stunned. Abyss of dead souls. This name was like thunder to their ears. This was the #1 genius of the undead clan. In the underworld, he could be ranked in the top 5. His strength was definitely terrifying. It was just that they had never seen him before. They didn't expect that the mysterious man in front of them was actually Abyss of dead souls. No wonder he was so terrifying. He did have such strength. Nero's expression became incomparably ugly. What was he doing here? She didn't know, but she knew that with their strength, they couldn't resist at all. This matter could only be reported to the leader of the illusionary flowers, water, and moon alliance. In fact, without them saying anything, a mirror flew out from inside. The mirror was incomparably simple. In the sky, a pair of eyes appeared. He stared ahead and asked, Abyss of dead souls, our illusionary flowers, water, and moon alliance didn't offend you, right? Why are you here? A biting, cold, murderous intent appeared in Abyss of dead souls' eyes. The monkey who came to my undead clan before is related to your illusionary flowers, water, and moon alliance, right? Do you know where he is? Also, the man who destroyed my palace earlier is called Lin Woody, right? He seems to be a member of your illusionary flowers, water, and moon alliance. Tell him to come out and die. I don't know the monkey you're talking about. As for Lin Woody, he is indeed a member of our illusionary flowers, water, and moon alliance. However, since he joined our illusionary flowers, water, and moon alliance, there has been no trace of him for 10 years. We don't know where he is. Perhaps he has already left the underworld. Left? The dead soul's Abyss snorted coldly. With a stomp of his foot, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire lake below instantly turned into a black hole of nothingness. The pupils of the surrounding people shrank. The cold voice of the dead soul's Abyss rang out. Lin Woody dared to go against the dead soul's clan. He will die without a doubt. Not only that, all his friends would go to hell. Who among you has a good relationship with him? The cold gaze of the dead soul's Abyss swept over. It was like a sharp heavenly blade. Wherever it passed, the sages of the catoptric deflection coughed up mouthfuls of blood. He kept retreating. Some of them even had their bodies shattered. They lowered their heads deeply, and no one dared to resist. The other party's gaze was too strong. Just one look was enough to kill them. Nero's face turned ugly, because in the entire catoptric deflection, only she and Lin Xian had a special relationship. Even though it was said to be extraordinary, the truth of the matter was that they had formed a team together to explore the 3rd level of hell. Even so, it still attracted the attention of countless people. The dead soul's Abyss also turned his head, stared at Nai Luo, and said with a frown, You are that Lin Woody's friend? As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at Nero with sympathy in their eyes. They knew that Nero was finished. Nero took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. They weren't friends, but they had experienced life and death battles together. Nero's voice was sonorous. The dead soul's abyss laughed. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Nero said, "I'm telling the truth. You can kill me, but you can't make me submit. I belong to the bridge of helplessness." "Humph, the bridge of helplessness. I'm really surprised that there's a woman like you. I admire you very much. If it were under other circumstances, I might have asked you to consider following me. I would have let you enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. But unfortunately you know Linwoody, and you have a special relationship with him. In that case, don't blame me for making a move." The dead soul's abyss raised a finger and pointed forward. The faces of the surrounding people turned incomparably pale. Nero roared angrily. She waved her hand and launched the bridge of helplessness. She stood on the bridge, surrounded by an endless abyss. He tried to resist. However, he couldn't stop it at all. Endless laws gathered in Nero's hand, forming a rune. He waved his hand forward. It shattered the bridge of helplessness in an instant. He pointed at Nero's glabella. In an instant, a gray rune appeared between his eyebrows. It carried an extremely powerful aura. Nero's face turned incomparably pale in an instant. She could feel her life rapidly fading away. "This is the soul-seizing rune, a unique technique of my undead spirit clan. Once you're hit by it, your life will quickly drain away. It won't be long before you turn into an old woman. In the end, you will die in despair." Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. To be honest, with the death spirit's abyss's methods, killing Nirvana would be extremely difficult. It couldn't be any simpler. It could be said that they could kill him instantly. However, he didn't do so. His opponent was clearly torturing him, turning a beautiful fairy into an ugly existence. Furthermore, the daily torture of his soul and the disappearance of his life force could be said to be even more despairing than death. Nero was in despair. She realized that she could not withstand this power at all. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, the dead soul's abyss attacked again. A gray flag appeared in his hand and danced wildly. Endless resentful spirits flew out and attacked the surrounding saints. The entire catoptric deflection was enveloped. In the next moment, they felt their souls split open as if they were about to be torn apart. Even that simple and unadorned mirror had become dim and lifeless. The dead soul's abyss said, "From now on, each of you will suffer the pain of your soul being torn apart. Until death. During this period, no one can relieve your pain. Apart from me, there is one more person, and that is Linwoody. As long as he appears, I can spare you. Otherwise, you can wait for your death in despair. Go find Linwoody and tell him that I'm waiting for him in hell." The dead soul's abyss sneered and left. Since Linwoody was a member of the catoptric deflection, these people must have a way to contact him. When the other party appeared, he would kill him with his own hands. The dead soul's abyss left, but the people of the catoptric deflection were in despair. They screamed in pain. Nero's body also shook. A demonic black flower appeared on the mirror of the leader of the catoptric deflection sect. She let out a crazy roar. "Contact Linwoody for me." Chapter 5036. This news also spread quickly. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the dead soul's abyss was going to make a move again. If they couldn't find that monkey, they would probably find Linwoody. They didn't know much about Linwoody. They only knew that the other party was from the illusionary view, and he was the one who destroyed the undead clan's palace for the first time. Although it was shocking, it was still a far cry from the dead soul's abyss. The dead soul's abyss was the top genius in the underworld. His strength was unparalleled. Everyone even regarded him as a young, great emperor. Who could fight against such a person? Although he lost to the monkey last time, everyone thought it was just an accident. Because the monkey's eyes restrained the entire underworld, the dead soul's abyss was not defeated. And in these few years, the other party must have found a way to resist that pair of eyes. This time, even if he met the monkey again, he probably wouldn't lose again. As for this Linwoody, everyone wasn't optimistic. Not only that, this time, the undead clan seemed to want to completely wipe away their previous shame. Last time, they had been defeated and their temporary residence had been destroyed. They had lost all face and prestige. This time, they were here to re-establish their reputation. So in addition to the Dead Souls Abyss, they also pushed out a top genius, Phantom, a woman, the younger sister of the Dead Souls Abyss. Her talent was also very strong. At this moment, Phantom came to the underworld and began to challenge these powerhouses in the underworld. She even began to sweep the top geniuses of other families. All of a sudden, all kinds of news spread. The genius of the Assassin Temple was defeated by Phantom in 3 moves. The people of the Blood Fiend sect were defeated in 5 moves. Those powerhouses of the underworld were also unable to withstand 10 moves. Countless people were shocked. How could this woman be so powerful? She was a soul illusion and her attack was too strong. A pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. No one was his opponent. Exclamations sounded one after another. In a short period of time, Phantom had emerged as a new force to be reckoned with, which shocked everyone. At the same time, they also knew that the undead clan was too powerful. Although they suffered a loss before, the appearance this time showed that the other party's foundation was very strong. Besides the number 1 genius, the other geniuses of the other party were also very terrifying. For a moment, those people in the underworld were terrified. They swore that they would never be enemies with the undead clan again. At the same time, they began to worry about catoptric deflection and even Lin Xian. Even the younger sister of the Dead Souls Abyss was so terrifying. Then how terrifying was the Death Soul Abyss? Most likely, if he were to make a move, all the geniuses would be insta-killed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Over the past month, countless messages are flying. Those people had endured a month of pain. During this month, their souls were being devoured every moment of every day. They all had to endure that kind of torment, especially Nero. She was once an absolute beauty, but at this moment, she seemed to have turned into a skeleton. She did not even have a proper appearance. The demonic mirror roared madly. Had Lin Wudi not been contacted yet? Is he not here yet? Some people are desperate. Yes, they had already contacted him. However, he had probably received the news long ago. Knowing that the Dead Souls Abyss wanted to kill him, he had probably fled long ago. Yes, we have been contacting him every day for the past month. They had arrived a long time ago. The fact that the other party was not here meant that they were afraid. They were no match for the Death Souls Abyss at all. The other party had run away, but we had to endure despair. Not only them, but everyone was paying attention. For the past month, Lin Wudi had not appeared at all. Some people sneered. What Lin Wudi? He was too arrogant. He dared to call himself invincible? That's right, he didn't even dare to come out now. How could he fight against the Dead Souls Abyss? What a joke. He was no match for them at all. The people of the undead clan snorted coldly. That Lin Wudi used despicable means to destroy our palace. We were careless. If we fought head-on, he was no match for us at all. Come out if you have the guts. We can kill him with a slap. Phantom also spoke. My brother doesn't need to make a move. My eyes can kill him in an instant. One voice after another sounded. At this moment, the reputation of the undead clan reached its peak. Everyone had to look up to them. At this moment, Lin Xian was still on the 3rd level of the underworld. He had just cultivated the demon summoning scripture. After coming out, he naturally had to show off his power. At this moment, he came to an ancient tomb. There was an extremely terrifying existence in the ancient tomb. A skeleton flew out. It had the cultivation of a mid-stage great sage. The skeleton stretched out its claws, covering the sky and the earth. It seemed to tear everything apart. Lin Xian slapped out with his palm. Demon God seal. He drew a huge seal with his palm and blasted it forward. A casual blow shattered heaven and earth. In front of him, the mid-stage great sage skeleton was instantly torn apart. It couldn't withstand it at all. Its body and soul were destroyed. Lin Xian retracted his palm, and the corners of his mouth raised. Too powerful. Previously, he was very strong, but to kill a mid-stage great sage without using his trump card, he had to go all out. But now he only needed one move to kill a mid-stage great sage. His power was 10 times stronger than before. As expected of the great emperor's ancient scripture, it was really terrifying. He had only been cultivating for 10 years. If he cultivated for a longer time, then his power could be improved again. He would try other supernatural powers. Lin Xian cultivated more than one supernatural power in the demon summoning scripture. At this moment, he wanted to try them one by one. Demon god wings. At this moment, a pair of black wings appeared on his back and gently flapped. He instantly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the endless distance. So fast! Lin Xian was surprised. He had cultivated the shadowless heavens net before, but the straight-line distance of the shadowless heavens net couldn't compare to the demon god wings. Of course, it didn't mean that the shadowless heavens net was useless. After all, the shadowless heavens net was also a great emperor's supernatural power. The effect of the shadowless heavens net was better. That kind of elusive movement technique could immediately make the enemy collapse. Just like that, Lin Xian began to use the various martial arts he cultivated on the 3rd level. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this month, the people on the 1st level of the underworld were in an uproar. They had even learned that the catoptric deflection had suffered a desperate blow because of Lin Wuti. The catoptric deflection was really unlucky to have something to do with Lin Wuti. It was said that they had to endure the pain of their souls every day. Some people sneered. Not only that, it was said that the beautiful fairy of the underworld had become like a skeleton. This was worse than killing her. That Lin Wuti still didn't dare to come out? Coward! What right did he have to call himself invincible? One after another, cold shouts came. A month later, on the 3rd level of the underworld, Lin Xian retracted his palm. Around him, a cave abode was directly shattered. It was split open by his sword. There were a few mid-stage great sages who had fallen inside. Who was this person? He was too strong. On the 3rd level of the underworld, there were also some explorers at this moment. When they saw this scene, they were incomparably terrified. If it weren't for the Dead Souls Abyss, which was still on the 1st level, they would have thought that the other party had come. They didn't know who this person was. The demonic chi on his body was so terrifying. Hurry up and leave. He should be an expert of the demonic path. Chapter 5037. At this moment, Lin Xian took out the demonic flower. It was a black flower. It was a keepsake given to him by the illusionary flower, water, and moon. It was also a symbol of his status in the illusionary flower, water, and moon. Previously, he had ignored it after coming out because he didn't have time. Now he finally had some free time. After he took it out, countless messages came from it, all of which were summoning him. Was there a problem with the illusionary flower, water, and moon? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't think too much about it. At this moment, his figure flickered and flew into the distance. When he joined the illusionary flower, water, and moon, he already knew that there were some difficult missions that required everyone to do together. Perhaps this time, the illusionary flower, water, and moon had summoned him for a mission. A pair of black wings spread out behind him and swayed gently. Lin Xian turned into a black bolt of lightning and streaked through the void. On the 3rd level of the underworld, some people were extremely frightened. Some of the great sages, and even those in the middle stage, narrowed their eyes. What was that just now? Did you see it? Why did I feel that a black bolt of lightning flashed past? Was it a human? Impossible. Who could be so fast? This speed had already exceeded their understanding. Lin Xian used the demon god's wings. Not long after, he arrived at the exit of the 3rd level. Soon he went out. He entered the 2nd level. The people on the 2nd level were also shocked. On this day, they saw a bolt of lightning flash past. They could only see an afterimage. When they looked carefully, it had already disappeared. Who was it? Had a peerless expert come? On the 1st level of the underworld, the people of the illusionary flower, water, and moon were already in despair. They no longer had any hope for Linwoody. However, on this day a figure descended. "What's going on? Are you under attack?" A faint voice sounded. The people of the illusionary flower, water, and moon suddenly raised their heads. They saw a man in a black robe walking over. The man was tall and straight, his face was handsome, and his eyes were incomparably deep. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled. They had never seen him before. However, some people's pupils constricted. "You're here!" The burly man roared. "Linwoody, you finally appeared!" As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were stunned. What? Linwoody? He was Linwoody. Countless people were shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. Narrow stared ahead as tears flowed from her eyes. At this moment, her beautiful features were no longer there. She looked like a skeleton, but she seemed to see hope. Lin Xian had created many miracles. Back then, Lin Xian had entered Azura's ruins. That was a land of death, and no one had ever come out of it successfully. However, Lin Xian did it. This time, would Lin Xian be able to survive the crisis before him? He didn't know, but he decided to trust the other party. The mirror was also stunned. Inside, there was a pair of eyes and a black flower that kept spinning. It was also extremely shocked. This was because he could sense that although Lin Xian's appearance hadn't changed much, the aura on his body was much more profound than before. It was as if the other party was an ancient demonic beast that could erupt with boundless power at any time. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He could tell that the souls of the people around him had been severely damaged. There was a force that was devouring these people's souls, especially when he saw a white-haired figure with a face like that of a skeleton. His pupils constricted violently. If he wasn't wrong, this should be Narrow. Previously, Narrow was a beautiful woman who could turn the world upside down. But now, she had turned into a skeleton. Who was it? How could they do such a thing? Lin Xian was instantly furious. Narrow had gone through some battles and missions with him and could be considered his friend. At this moment, someone treated her like this. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned and asked. At this moment, the burly man from before told him what had happened. Lin Xian was furious. The Abyss of Dead Souls had done it. He had heard of the Abyss of Dead Souls more than once. He knew that it was the #1 genius of the undead clan, but he had never seen it before. 10 years ago, he had even set up a trap to trick the other party. However, thinking about it, the trap didn't cause much damage to the other party. However, what happened next surprised Lin Xian. It turned out that the Monkey King had already appeared. Moreover, he had fought with the Abyss of Dead Souls once and injured it. Later, the peak great saint of the undead clan took Sun Qiqian away with a super sacred weapon. It seemed that the Monkey King should have left the underworld. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and then his face darkened again. The undead clan couldn't find Sun Qiqian, so they came to him. Did they want to kill him to make a name for themselves? Was he, Lin Xian, a pushover? An extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. The Abyss of Dead Souls, was it? If you want to fight with me, as you wish. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with golden light. He said, Don't worry, the torture you suffered was caused by me. I will heal you, and I will kill the Abyss of Dead Souls. The golden flames in his eyes flew in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth. When those resentful spirits saw the flames, they immediately roared crazily and wanted to escape. However, they were burned to ashes in an instant. The people in the catoptric deflection were stunned. They felt that the power that tormented their souls had disappeared. Oh my God, what kind of power is this? They looked at Lin Xian in shock. Previously, they had blamed Lin Xian and even hated Lin Xian. But now all those feelings were gone. They were in awe and fear, especially when they knew that the abyss of dead souls had been injured by a pair of golden eyes. Now, Lin Xian also had golden eyes. Oh my God, could his eyes and that of the monkey be the same kind of supernatural power? They were shocked. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes and the fire of reincarnation to save these people. Then he stared at Nero and said, "Don't worry, I will restore your appearance." Nero was more troublesome than those people around her. Those people's souls were only devoured by the resentful spirits. He only needed to kill the resentful spirits. However, Nero was different. Nero was hit by a power similar to a curse. Not only did it hurt her soul, but there was also not much vitality in her body. This method was indeed vicious. In Nero's case, even the people in the catoptric deflection couldn't break it. But for Lin Xian, it wasn't a problem at all. No matter what happens next, don't resist. Lin Xian looked at Nero and said in a deep voice. Nero nodded, tears flowing out of her eyes. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a dragon-shaped sword energy appeared in his palm and came to his fingertip. He pointed at Nero's forehead. Nero's body shook and pain appeared on her face. The black rune on her forehead seemed to have drawn a ghost head, and it bared its fangs and claws to bite. But in an instant, it was pierced by Lin Xian's finger. The great dragon sword soul's indestructible power split the black ghost head apart. The rune also dimmed and cracked from the middle. Lin Xian's 5 fingers stretched out, and his entire palm turned into a dragon head, grabbing at the other party. Then he waved his hand forcefully, and a black phantom was grabbed by him. Chapter 5038. After the black phantom was pulled out, Nero felt that her life was no longer flowing away. She looked in front of her in horror. The black phantom bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing on Lin Xian like a demon. "Oh no!" Nero cried out in alarm. The other's pupils also constricted. This thing had tortured Nero for a long time. If it enveloped Lin Xian now, Lin Xian would probably be tortured too. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Such a thing could not enter his body at all. He activated the 9-yang divine body, which shone like the sun. When the black phantom touched the divine fire, it burned. He let out a miserable cry. Looking at the ball of flame, his expression became terrified. Even Nero and the others from the catoptric deflection felt their scalps go numb. What was this flame? It seemed to be a natural counter to them. Why would such a person come to the underworld with the power of the heavens and the power of the sun? They cried out in alarm. Now they knew that Lin Xian might not be from the underworld at all, but from another starry sky. The 9-yang divine fire burned fiercely, turning into a sun that kept crushing the phantom. The black phantom burned directly into the black phantom and turned into nothingness. Next, Lin Xian looked forward. He used the immortal, indestructible technique to form the immortal battle armor and enveloped Nero. Nero felt a strong vitality surging into her body. Her withered body, which had turned into a skeleton, began to recover rapidly. The surrounding people also widened their eyes in disbelief. Not long after, about the time it took for an incense stick to burn past, Nero, a skeleton, turned into a beautiful woman. Although her face was a little pale, she had almost recovered. Lin Xian said as he put away the immortal battle armor, "There should be no problem, right?" Nero took out a mirror and looked at herself carefully. She found that her face had returned to normal. She was so excited that she was about to cry. "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." She looked at Lin Xian with incomparable gratitude, wishing that she could repay him with her body. Lin Xian said, "Most of your life force has returned, but it's still a bit weak. Eat some medicinal pills and natural treasures to recover on your own." As for thanks, there was no need for that. This happened because of me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been tortured like this. Therefore, it is only right for me to save you. And that dead soul's abyss, I won't let it go either. I will let him know what regret is. Tell him that I'll be waiting for him at the flaming battlefield in 10 days. In the first level of Infernal Realm, there was a land of flames. Moreover, it was an ancient battlefield. It was called the Scarlet Flame Battlefield. He had been there before, and it was very suitable for this battle. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to fight to the death there. Nero took a deep breath. The others were also shocked. Were they really going to make a move? It seemed that Lin Wuti was not afraid of the dead soul's abyss at all. She said, Lin Gongzi, you have to be careful. The dead soul's abyss is extremely powerful, known as the uncrowned king. He was no weaker than the crown prince. Some people even said that he would definitely become a true great emperor. No matter how strong he is not the crown prince. Therefore, I am not afraid. Lin Xian was going to challenge the dragon prince, so he was going to start with the dead soul's abyss. He wanted to test his strength. The dead soul's abyss should be second only to the crown prince. In fact, he was already capable of contending with the crown prince. Thus, he was the perfect opponent for the crown prince. Okay, I see. Nero and the others nodded and then quickly spread the news. In an instant, the news spread throughout the first level of Infernal Realm. Moreover, it swept out in all directions. Soon, people in the second and third levels of Infernal Realm knew. Not only Infernal Realm, but the whole Infernal Realm knew. Countless experts from the sects and clans in the underworld were shocked. 10 days later, at the flaming battlefield. Let's go. We must go and watch the battle to see how strong the dead soul's abyss is. I also want to see if Lin Wuti has the right to be so arrogant. He dares to fight to the death with the dead soul's abyss. Discussions were heard one after another. Everyone was rushing to the flaming battlefield. The flaming battlefield. It was an ancient battlefield. There were cracks on the ground, and the temperature was extremely high. There were flames burning in the surroundings and in the air. After entering, the weak ones would be easily burned to ashes. Countless people had already returned to the battlefield. Most people were watching from outside the flaming battlefield. After all, the temperature inside was too high. Among them, Linglong Shui also came. Hanya also came. They looked at each other. Linglong Shui walked over and said, "Have you heard? The two sides are the dead soul's abyss and Lin Wuti. Do you think it will be him?" Hanya took a deep breath. Was it Lin Gongzi? One had to know that they had previously recruited a top-notch genius called Lin Wuti. Was this Lin Wuti the one who had challenged the dead soul's abyss? He was not sure. Hanya said they should have the same name. No matter how strong Lin Gongzi was, it would be difficult for him to resist the attack of the dead soul's abyss. He might not even be able to make one move. Linglong Shui sighed. Yes, he is really too strong. He is stronger than us. I wonder how many people are able to contend with him? There were no more than 5 people in the younger generation who could compete with him. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. Linglong Shui turned around. Is father here too? She saw the blood fiend, Saint, walking over. Beside him, Hanya bowed. Greetings, Saint. The blood fiend Saint looked at Hanya and said, Your father is not here. Before Hanya could answer, laughter was heard from afar. How could I not come? The soul saint was here too. He floated over. Countless people bowed to him. The two saints came together. It seemed that everyone was looking forward to this battle. Are you talking about that kid? The blood fiend saint asked. The soul saint was shocked. Impossible. That kid is not even a great saint. I know the dead soul's abyss's strength. He even dared to challenge a saint. He is definitely very strong. Even the 2 great sages didn't believe that Lin Wuti was the person they knew. At this moment, Hanya said, Let's wait and see. It won't take long. Lin Wuti will come. At that time we will know whether it is him or not. A few people nodded. They occupied a good spot and were ready to watch. Then more and more people came. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent appeared between heaven and earth. It made everyone's scalp go numb. Even the blood fiend saint and the soul saint looked at each other. Is he here too? They thought of a person. At this moment, a figure walked over from the front of the battlefield. It was the dead soul's abyss. He stood there, surrounded by countless large flags that froze heaven and earth. The flames on the flaming battlefield could not hurt him at all. The surrounding people were shocked to see this. The dead soul's abyss was indeed powerful. His aura alone could sweep across the flaming battlefield. Who could be his match? Chapter 5039. The dead soul's abyss stood in the flaming battlefield, and his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the world. He said coldly, "Since you're here, come out, Emo Chien Sha." Hearing this, the others were also shocked. Emo Chien Sha is here too. He's the top genius assassin of San Saint Hall. In the next moment, the void fluctuated and a figure appeared. Countless people were terrified, and even those of the older generation were frowning. So terrifying. He has already practiced shadowless guise net to an extremely high level. I can't even tell when he arrived. If he didn't deliberately release his killing intent, we wouldn't know who killed us even if we were killed. Voices rang out one after another. Emo Chien Sha stood in the void and looked down, saying, "It seems that no matter how I cultivate, I can't hide from you." The dead soul's abyss said, "You're already very powerful. Apart from me, there are no more than 5 people in the younger generation who can resist your assassination." This was already an extremely high valuation. The surrounding people were shocked. These 2 young geniuses were enough to sweep through everything. Even those of the older generation were ashamed of their inferiority. At this moment, the dead soul's abyss waved his hand and said, "Linger, come here." In the distance, another figure walked over. It was a woman. She looked ordinary, but no one dared to look down on her, especially her eyes, which were strange and terrifying and made people's scalps tingle. She should be the younger sister of the dead soul's abyss. Called Huanling, Emo Chien Sha was also shocked when he saw her eyes. What a terrifying pair of eyes! She must have practiced fantasy spiritual eyes. The dead soul's abyss nodded. "Yes, it's that kind of eye technique." Emo Chien Sha said, "It seems that I have another powerful enemy. My shadowless guy's net is in her eyes, and I may not be able to dodge it completely. She may be able to easily locate my position." Hearing this, the crowd was shocked again. Is this woman's eyes already so terrifying? Shadowless Sky's net is a divine ability of a great emperor. Apart from Emo Chien Sha, more people came, such as the top geniuses of Bridge of Helplessness. The top experts of Granny Meng's faction and the 10 kings of Hell also came. These were the top geniuses of the younger generation. Each of them stood there like a demon god. With all these people gathered together, countless people felt immense pressure. They knew that the world would belong to these people in the future. Even Shui Linglong, Hanya, and the others felt an enormous pressure as they chatted together. Although they were strong, compared to those geniuses in front of them, they were still a little lacking. They belonged to the second echelon. As for the people at the front, they were all at the very top. The Death Soul Abyss was even above these top geniuses. Thus, defeating him or even challenging him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. About half a day later, someone suddenly came from afar. Some people stopped talking because they realized that the people who had come were from the illusionary flowers, reflected moon. Many people looked over, and then their pupils constricted. Were these people already healed? After all, they knew that they had been tortured for the past few months. Every single one of them was severely injured, and it was a fate worse than death. But now, all of them had recovered, and they were all in high spirits. Who was it? What kind of method? Let these people recover? Could it really be Lin Wuti? Countless people were puzzled. Nai Luo also came. She said loudly, Lin Wudi will be here soon. Hearing this, the surrounding people quieted down. Lin Wudi was really coming. Countless people looked into the distance. Xue, Linglong, Hanya, and even the two great saints looked through the world. They really wanted to know if Lin Wudi was the person they knew. In the next moment, they saw a man with demon chi walk over. This person was like a real demon god that had been revived. He walked very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the battlefield. His power instantly tore the flames of the flaming battlefield apart. This person's aura was terrifying. Countless people were shocked. It was the first time for many people to see him. Was he Lin Wudi? His demon chi was so strong. Was he from the demon realm? Discussions broke out one after another. Xue Linglong frowned. I don't remember Lin Gongzi having such a terrifying demon chi. Could it be that he had concealed it before? Han Ye also said that he was not sure. He turned to the person next to him and said, Father, what do you think? Han Ye said, judging from his face, he should be the Lin Gongzi we know. However, his aura seems to be different from before, so I'm not sure. He was indeed not sure. It was only 10 years. Logically speaking, it was difficult to change a person's aura. But now, Lin Wudi's demon chi was too shocking. Of course, he did not know that Lin Xian had been cultivating the ancient scripture of earth for the past 10 years. So he naturally had a monstrous demon chi. The top geniuses in front of them all turned their heads. Countless gazes pierced the sky. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. Lin Xian, on the other hand, simply stood there unmoved. These top geniuses were powerful. With so many gazes, it was terrifying. But why would Lin Xian be afraid? An even more terrifying aura appeared in his eyes. Their gazes collided. The sky fell and the earth cracked. A bottomless abyss appeared in front of them. Everyone, this is my battle with him. Please stand aside and watch. Dead Souls, Abyss walked over and said in a deep voice. The other top geniuses all retreated. Only 2 figures were left on the battlefield. Are you Lin Wudi, the one who destroyed the palace of the undead clan? Dead Souls, Abyss said in a deep voice. His voice almost extinguished the flames on the flaming battlefield. Yes, I am. The undead clan deserves to die. Not only did you want to kill me, but you also attacked my friends. I won't let you go. If you have any last words, leave them. Then, a terrifying killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The surrounding demon chi was monstrous, as if it had turned into a roaring demon dragon. The flaming battlefield kept shaking. It could not withstand this power. The demon chi rushed forward and turned into a demon sword, piercing through the sky. It slashed at Dead Soul's Abyss. Dead Soul's Melody's face darkened. He shouted coldly and kicked. A huge soul phantom appeared, covering the sky and the earth. It contended with the phantom. The 2 sides collided. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. The surrounding people kept retreating. They all exclaimed, "What a terrifying power!" After blocking the demon chi, Dead Soul's Abyss waved his hand and tore the void apart. He said, "You have some strength. No wonder you dare to return to my palace. You are worthy of my attack." Chapter 5040. Death Soul's Abyss's eyes glowed. He found that his opponent was a worthy opponent. His 10 years of searching for him had not been in vain. Take this. Death Soul's Abyss waved his hand and struck out with his palm. The gray palm was shattered. The flames on the flaming battlefield formed a spatial zone. This palm was too terrifying. Even the people in the distance could feel the immense pressure. Their scalps went numb. They knew that even a great sage intermediate would be instantly torn apart by this attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with the 6-path fists. It was unstoppable and invincible. His will was so powerful that it seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. Boom! Boom! Their attacks collided and burst out with dazzling divine light, like lightning. The whole battlefield was completely lit up. The spectators were terrified, especially the young geniuses. They felt desperate. It was their misfortune to be in the same era as such people. The older generation figures also shook their heads and sighed in their inferiority. They found that the two young men had surpassed them. The world was theirs now. After one strike, their divine powers were all shattered. They were evenly matched. You're strong enough to resist my move. You'll die if you take my next move. Death Soul's Abyss laughed. He waved his hand and struck out another attack. It was a large flag fluttering in the wind. He struck it down and split the world in half. This was not an ordinary attack. Not only was it powerful, but it also contained endless, resentful spirits. Their crazy roars could affect the souls of saints. If a great saint was careless, his soul would be torn to pieces in an instant. Lin Xian was also surprised. Death Soul's Abyss's strength was beyond his imagination. Death Soul's Abyss deserved to be called a top genius. He deserved to go all out. He took a deep breath and struck out with his sword. Black Devil Qi quickly condensed into a sword of the law. He held it in his hand. The power of the great dragon sword soul gushed out. It was invincible. He struck out with his sword. The whole battlefield shook and was split in half. This strike seemed to be able to destroy the world. This time, even Death Soul's Abyss's expression changed. The power of this sword was too strong beyond his imagination. He retreated quickly. After one strike, the flaming battlefield was split open. Those who were watching the battle from afar were incomparably shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens like a sword god. He looked down and said coldly, "Didn't you say you were going to kill me? What? You don't dare to do it now. Bring out your true strength." He swung his sword again. The dead spirit roared. The Dead Soul's Abyss bellowed furiously and spat out a voice that filled the sky, causing the entire world to split apart. Endless runes erupted from his body as he activated his bloodline power. It had the body of an undead spirit, and its strength was incomparable. At this moment, it attacked with all its strength. Lin Xian was still not afraid. He brandished his sword and swept through the 9 heavens. His figure was incomparably powerful, like a fiend god. Every sword strike could shatter heaven and earth. The sound that filled the sky was continuously split apart by his sword technique. Lin Xian strode over. He was already less than 100 meters away from Yuan 40. This distance was negligible. The Dead Soul's Abyss snorted coldly. "Do you think my killer move is just these sounds? You're too naive. The real killer move is here." He formed a hand seal, and at some point, gray flags appeared around him one after another. There were a total of 36 of them, and they covered the world. At the same time, they enveloped Lin Xian. This was his killer move. Lin Xian stood in the field, looking around unmoved. He said, "Formation? You can't do anything to me." His body bloomed, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. 9 suns divine fire swept out. It burned in all directions. 9 suns rotated between heaven and earth. The flames overflowed the flaming battlefield, burning continuously. The people watching the battle in the distance were also shocked. "God, what kind of flame is this? Why do I feel that it's more terrifying than the flames on the flaming battlefield? This guy has so many trump cards." Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. The Dead Soul's Abyss also frowned. He also felt a threatening flame. It was the power of the purest yang, which was completely opposite to his cold power. It was a natural restraint. Damn it, he originally thought that the opponent was from the netherworld, but now it seemed that was not the case. He was from another starry sky world. Moreover, he had seen this kind of terrifying power once before. It was the monkey. Previously, the monkey's eyes had pierced through him. Now he had encountered this flame. It made him angry. A biting, cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. I hate this kind of power the most. I'll tear you to pieces. The aura of death on the 36 flags melted under the light of the 9 suns. It melted like ice and snow, unable to get close to Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted angrily, attacking one of the flags. The flag swayed and cracks appeared on it. The dead soul's abyss's pupils shrank, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you!" He knew that he could not be careless anymore, so he kept forming seals with his palms. The 36 flags shone brightly, and a rune of law appeared on each of them. The 36 runes were different, and they shone together at this moment. Ancient curse runes. With a roar, the 36 runes shone brightly, and all kinds of terrifying power rushed out. This was the power of the curse, forming a curse space. Lin Xian felt a huge thread inside, as if there was an invisible force that wanted to destroy it. Lin Xian shouted coldly, using the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. With a wave of his fist, the 9 suns swept between heaven and earth. It burned and melted everything. A flag shattered and turned into nothingness. Following that, the remaining banners were also destroyed. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the 36 flags were shattered by him one after another. However, that terrifying aura still did not disappear. The dead soul's abyss sneered, "Lin Wuti, you underestimate me too much." Once this ancient curse rune is out, it is no longer attached to the flag. Even if my dead soul's flag is destroyed, this ancient curse rune will not be destroyed. You will fall under the curse. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. In the distance, Phantom also smiled. He knew that his brother was in a battle, and he would definitely win. The others were also discussing. It seemed that the dead soul's abyss was still a level higher. This Lin Wuti was finished. The undead clan was extremely confident that no one would be able to escape from such a killing move. Not good. Linglong Shui, Hanya, and the others' expressions changed, and the 2 saints also frowned. Lin Wuti, how are you going to break such a killer move? To be honest, they were worried for Lin Xian at this moment. Unless Lin Xian had an even stronger trump card, he was really in danger this time. Could it be that he was going to fall here? Chapter 5041. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He waved the long sword in his hand, with an aura that could destroy everything, to resist those ancient runes. The power of the dragon-shaped sword chi was boundless. Boom! It slashed those ancient runes. The ancient runes kept dimming, and more than a dozen of them cracked, while the others were also broken. Is this all you've got? If you don't have other unique skills, you can't beat me. Lin Xian looked disdainfully in all directions, like a sword god descending. The abyss of dead souls' face became a little dark. To be honest, he never thought that the other party could break his divine ability so easily. The power of these ancient runes was very terrifying. Even a mid-stage great saint was not a match at all. He would definitely fall in despair. However, the other party easily broke it with a few swords, which shocked him. It seemed that the other party's strength was beyond his expectations, especially his sword technique, which was unheard of. Good boy, it seems that I have really underestimated you. Since then, you will suffer despair next. An extremely terrifying light burst out from the abyss of Dead Soul's eyes. Obviously, he was going to use his strongest, unique skill, illusory spirit formation. One after another, terrifying runes flew out from his body, sweeping across all directions, flashing between heaven and earth, instantly forming a powerful formation. There was an extremely terrifying soul power flying out from it, attacking Lin Xian. This power was even more terrifying than the ancient runes from before. Lin Xian's expression was cold, waving his sword chi, sweeping in all directions, shattering all the soul power. He said, "Is that all? You are really disappointing. Boy, don't be so arrogant. My unique skill is not something you can imagine. You will see it later. The abyss of dead souls snorted coldly, forming a seal with his palms, and immediately the broken rune formation condensed again. An extremely cold aura was emitted from inside. A terrifying cold wind blew out. This cold wind was as if it was blown out from the 18th level of hell, making one's hair stand on end. After blowing past, the surrounding void kept shattering, unable to resist at all. The others also felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with horror. What kind of formation was this? Some people frowned. Could it be that the rumors were true? Legend had it that this spell formation was made up of winds drawn from the 18 layers of hell. It was incomparably terrifying, and if a great sage were to be enveloped by it, he would undoubtedly die. What, was he that powerful? The others were even more shocked after hearing this. The 18 levels of hell, the deeper one went, the more terrifying it would be. The energy gathered and extracted from there would definitely exceed one's imagination. This Death Soul's abyss was truly terrifying. When the Dead Soul's abyss heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a complacent smile. He said, "How's the kid? Did you hear that? How can you resist this kind of energy?" Cold Moon Palm, a deep voice sounded out. Suddenly, an endless amount of wind transformed into a crescent moon that descended and enveloped Lin Xian. The gloomy coldness formed by this crescent moon was even more terrifying. It was as if the entire hell had descended. When the surrounding people felt it, they kept retreating. Their eyes were filled with despair. It was over. No one could withstand such an attack. Some older generation figures said that the nether wind formed in this Death Soul's abyss was absolutely not from the first 3 levels. It must be below the 3rd floor. No one could compare to this kind of power, and the others were even more shocked. Most of them could not go to the 3rd floor. However, this Death Soul's abyss could actually go to the 3rd floor and below. How shocking was his ability! The young geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this the power of a top-notch genius? The gap between them and him was really too big. The Death Soul's abyss was really strong. However, that Lin Wuti was not simple either. To be able to make the Death Soul's abyss use such a unique skill, he should be proud. When this was said, the others also nodded. Yes, the sword technique he used previously was invincible and could even kill the ancient curse talisman. If not for the Death Soul's abyss, who had a powerful trump card, if it were anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such sword energy. The person who said this was an elite from Yen Luo Dian. His body was filled with a black aura, causing the surrounding people to be terrified and their scalps to tingle. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying older generation figure. If even he said so, it was enough to show how terrifying the 2 people in front were. Everyone looked over and saw that the battle ahead was extremely terrifying. The moon was constantly condensing and spinning, and Lin Xian's long sword was waving. The Hellfire Dragon's sword turned into dragon shadows one after another, sweeping across all directions. The battle between the 2 was earth-shattering. Xue Linglong, Hanya, and the others were stunned. They could not even get close to such a battle. Not to mention fighting, they could not even block one move. At the same time, they were also shocked. Was that Lin Wuti really Lin Gongzi? This kind of strength was too heaven-defying. Even the 2 great saints gasped. If it was really Lin Wuti, then this person's strength was too heaven-defying. His future achievements were limitless. Lin Xian, who was at the front, kept waving his sword light. He was also shocked. One had to admit that this Death Soul's abyss was really too strong. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. It was not that he had not seen geniuses before. In fact, he had seen many of them. He had even fought with Long Ao before. However, this Death Soul's abyss in front of him was stronger than those geniuses. In particular, the unique skills and divine abilities were truly shocking. Lin Xian guessed that the other party should be able to compete with a real emperor's son. Such a person, no matter which era, would be the top. No wonder people called him the young emperor. If he wanted to fight against such an enemy in the past, he would have to go all out. He might even fall into a very dangerous situation. Unfortunately, he was different now. He was no longer the same as before. He had cultivated the great emperor's inheritance, which was superior to all other inheritances. The unique skills inside were unimaginable to others. His strength had also undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's expression turned cold. A peerless formation? Then I'll let you see what a true peerless divine ability is. Lin Xian stretched out a finger. There were extremely terrifying black runes condensing on it. It was extremely mysterious. Then he pointed out, boom, boom. The sky fell and the earth cracked. This finger turned into a ray of demonic light and flew forward. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Not only that, the demonic runes on it flickered, causing the entire world to change. It was as if it was no longer hell, but a demonic world. What kind of divine ability was this? Feeling the power of this finger, the Death Soul's abyss expression finally changed. He kept waving his arm and condensed it again, forming a moon that kept spinning. He tried to block it. The cold wind on the moon could freeze everything. It collided with the demonic finger. Countless large cracks condensed between heaven and earth. Did he block it? The Death Soul's abyss heaved a sigh of relief. The others were also shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have a unique skill. However, it shouldn't be a match for the Death Soul's abyss. However, just as they finished speaking, their pupils constricted. There was a shattering sound in front of them. Chapter 5042. They realized that cracks had appeared on the cold moon, formed by the chilly wind, and there were more and more of them. It was impossible to resist. Finally, with a shattering sound, the cold moon shattered. The black finger attacked the Dead Soul's abyss. The Dead Soul's abyss's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated, leaving behind an afterimage. The place where he was standing was directly pierced through. Not only that, but a large crack appeared on the entire battlefield, spreading into the distance. The surrounding people felt a wave of fear. If this finger were to land on them, no one would be able to resist. It seems like you have a trump card. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. He had also encountered a peerless enemy. He felt his blood boiling. With such an enemy, killing him would allow him to take another step on the path of martial arts. At that time, no one would be able to contend with him. At the thought of this, his figure flickered and he charged forward. The illusory spirit array exploded again. This time, 10 cold moons appeared, rotating between heaven and earth. Countless people were shocked. Could it be that the Dead Soul's abyss had not used all his power before? Heaven, this is too unbelievable. The Dead Soul's abyss also shouted coldly, "Do you know that I have been cultivating in the 4th level of hell all these years? How can you imagine what I have experienced? No one can stop me, and neither can you." His voice rang between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. Heaven, the 4th level of hell. It was even more terrifying than the 3rd level. This Dead Soul's abyss could enter and seemed to have stayed there for a long time. It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if it was the 4th level of hell? Do you think I have not improved over the years? What I have cultivated is also not something you can imagine. Speaking of this, the light on his finger exploded again. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palm. Endless demonic chi condensed, forming a huge seal. He held it in his hand and slammed it forward. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This attack caused hundreds of black holes to appear between heaven and earth. The light of the stars in the outer realms shone down upon them. Countless people were shocked. What kind of magic was this? It surpassed everything. Could it be the legendary Great Emperor's magic? It was too unbelievable. Where did this guy cultivate the great emperor's magic? Death Soul's Abyss, can you block this attack? Lin Xian shouted coldly as the black seal rushed forward. The great Earth Monarch's divine ability, Demon God Seal. Once it was used, its power would be boundless. Before the seal arrived, countless spatial cracks had already appeared in the surroundings. Dead Soul's Abyss's body went cold. He felt a threat to his life. Damn it, what a powerful divine ability. I can feel the aura of extreme Tao. Could it really be a divine ability of the great emperor? His expression became extremely ugly. The undead spirit source was very powerful, enough to enter the 4th level of hell. In the entire underworld, there were not many young geniuses who could contend with him. One could say that he was very far away. However, no matter how strong he was, the divine abilities and martial arts he cultivated could not be compared to true emperor-level divine abilities. Therefore, at this moment, when facing the real Demon God Seal, he was also facing a formidable enemy. The expert from the Bridge of Helplessness cried out in alarm. What a terrifying aura! I can feel my soul trembling. Could it really be the power of the extreme Tao, the theurgy of the great emperor? Soul Sage sucked in a breath of cold air. It must be a divine ability of the great emperor. He had cultivated the earth divine ability, Azura sword technique, and shadowless heaven's net. Naturally, he could feel the power of the great emperor's divine ability. At this moment, the aura coming from the Black Seal was very similar to the 2 divine abilities of the great emperor. This must be a divine ability of the great emperor. Where did Lin Wuti learn it? They had never taught him before. The blood fiend saint sighed as well. This was a true young, great emperor. Hanya and Xue Linglong were stunned as well. Their eyes were filled with shock and admiration. To be honest, they had always wanted to compete with Lin Xian. But now it seemed that they were really too naive. Lin Xian had long surpassed them. They might not even be able to block a single attack from him. The others were even more shocked as they looked ahead. Was this really a divine ability of the great emperor? It was as if the great emperor had come back to life. Dead Soul's Abyss's expression was even colder. I always thought that I could compete with the true great emperor. In the entire underworld, there are no more than 5 people who can fight with me. There are no more than 3 who can make me take them seriously. And they are all top geniuses who have been famous for a long time. But I didn't expect that someone like you, who just appeared in the underworld, could make me feel like I'm facing a great enemy. Your attack even made me feel despair. If it was in the past, I might not have been able to block it. But unfortunately, I didn't cultivate in the 4th level of the underworld for nothing. I have also cultivated my own divine ability. I'll let you see it. Spiritual energy surged in all directions. As his voice fell, heaven and earth shattered in all directions. The earth cracked open and endless flames were extinguished. An extremely terrifying and strange aura spread out. Everyone's pupils shrank as they saw 8 stone tablets appear. On each stone tablet, there was a vertical eye drawn. The 8 eyes covered everything. Wherever the gaze passed, the void seemed to be cut open by a knife. What was this? The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect Dead Soul's Abyss to have such a divine ability. Could it be that it was just created? Looking at this scene, Phantom heaved a sigh of relief. He knew how terrifying the power of spiritual energy surged in all directions was. The other party would definitely not be able to block it. Lin Xian frowned. The other party still had a trump card, but so what? He didn't care at all. Waving his palm fiercely, the demon god seal blasted down. This attack was unstoppable, completely ignoring the 8 stone steels. Seeing this scene, Dead Soul's Abyss frowned. Wasn't the other party dodging? Where did the other party get the confidence to block the 8 spiritual eyes? The others were also shocked. Was he going to fight with his life on the line? They didn't know why Lin Xian chose to perish together with the other party. But in the next moment, they understood because a pair of black wings appeared behind Lin Xian. With a gentle flap, he instantly disappeared. He actually dodged the gaze of the 8 spiritual eyes and appeared in front of them in an instant. Not good. Dead Soul's abyss pupils shrank. The other party's speed was faster than he expected. Soul Sage exclaimed, "This wasn't Shadowless Heaven's net." The other party actually had a movement technique comparable to the Shadowless one, and his speed was even faster in a straight line. What kind of movement technique was that? Cracks appeared on Dead Soul's abyss body. He roared, "You want to dodge the spiritual eyes and chase after me? Impossible, I'm in the array formation." With a roar, the eyes on the stone tablet moved and charged over again. Wherever the gaze passed, it was very fast. In an instant, it had arrived. The black wings on Lin Xian's back flapped again, and he instantly dodged. He seemed to have appeared in a different location. At the same time, he also used Shadowless Heaven's net. His figure was even more elusive. Chapter 5043. The illusory spirit eye continued to attack. The 8 steel's gazes were enough to sweep through everything. Finally, he found an opportunity. The 8 steels attacked together and shattered the void in front of him. Ha 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 ha. The Dead Soul's abyss laughed out loud. So what if his opponent was strong? Anyone who was hit by his illusory spirit eye would die, without a doubt. No one could survive. The others sighed when they saw this scene. Was he hit? What a pity. Lin Wuti was too impatient. If he could be more steady, he might be able to win this battle. Yes, he was too confident in his speed. However, the Dead Soul's abyss was not weak either. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the gazes of the 8 steels. The battle was over. The Dead Soul's tribe snorted. "How dare you fight with the number 1 genius of our family? You're courting death." Voices sounded one after another. Xue Linglong and Han Ye were filled with despair. Was it really over? At this moment, there was a loud explosion. In the next moment, a vortex appeared in the sky. A demonic figure walked out from it. "It's too early for you to be happy. Do you think you can kill me with such an attack?" Lin Xian walked out and looked around. "How is that possible? You're not dead?" The Dead Soul's abyss was stunned. The others were also in an uproar. Many people exclaimed, "How did he block it?" The Dead Soul's tribe was stunned. Hanya, Xue Linglong, and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. In an instant, countless discussions broke out. Lin Xian stood there and looked ahead. He said, "Do you have any more trump cards? If not, I can send you on your way." "How did you dodge it?" The Dead Soul's abyss's face turned ugly. Lin Xian did not answer. He slapped down with the demon god seal in his hand. Boom! Demonic chi exploded. It was as if a god had descended, shattering the entire world. The Dead Soul's abyss was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. He suddenly raised his head. There was a blood-red light in his eyes. Damn it! That attack caused him to be severely injured. Why? Are you in despair? When you attacked catoptric deflection, did you ever think that this day would come? You couldn't find me, so you attacked my friends. I won't let you go. With that, Lin Xian threw another punch. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The Dead Soul's abyss roared furiously and attacked crazily. However, Lin Xian used the 6 Dao fists. With a punch, the 6 paths of reincarnation pressed forward. The Dead Soul's abyss was blasted flying again. It split into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. The Dead Soul's abyss crazily roared. His shattered body gathered together and fled into the distance. Damnable defeat. Ever since he was struck by the demon god seal, he had suffered heavy injuries and was no longer a match for his opponent. Furthermore, that punch from earlier contained the power of reincarnation. This kind of power made him extremely terrified. More importantly, there was a golden flame on his body. This kind of flame had the power of extreme yang and was his nemesis. Therefore, he no longer dared to fight. Countless people looked at the scene in shock, dumbfounded. Was he defeated again? The dead soul's abyss actually escaped again. They felt like they were dreaming. Previously, the dead soul's abyss fought with a monkey and fled with heavy injuries. They didn't expect that the same situation would happen again. However, this time, it wasn't a monkey but a human youth. A man named Lin Wudi defeated the dead soul's abyss. This Lin Wudi was probably in danger. That's right. The last time, the monkey was chased by a peak great sage. I think this time, the dead soul's race won't let him off. One after another, discussions sounded. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't you think it's too late to escape? Lin Xian naturally knew about the monkey. He wouldn't repeat the same mistake, let alone let the tiger return to the mountain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul. He held it with both hands and slashed down. Everything was over. With this sword strike, the entire world was split into two halves. Everyone was horrified. What kind of sword technique was this? Retreat. They retreated frantically. At the same time, they were shocked. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. Was this the other party's true trump card? Damn it, block it for me. When the dead soul's abyss saw this scene, his pupils constricted. He felt his hair stand on end. He tried his best to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't dodge this sword at all. Helpless, he summoned a pagoda. Dead Soul's pagoda. Millions of vengeful spirits bloomed on it, turning into countless shields to block. However, under the sword they were all turned into ashes. The sword slashed out, and the dragon's roar sounded between heaven and earth. The dead soul's abyss was split in half. This time, the power of the great dragon sword's soul completely destroyed his soul, and he could no longer recover. It was over. Lin Xian put away the great dragon sword soul. His cold voice rang out. The others were shocked and couldn't believe it. What did it mean that it was over? Was this battle over? Was the dead soul's abyss defeated? They looked into the distance, but when they sensed the situation ahead, one by one, they cried out in surprise. Dead! They could no longer feel the aura of the dead soul's abyss. How was this possible? Exclamations sounded one after another. They could accept the defeat of the dead soul's abyss. After all, he had been defeated once before. But the other party was dead. This was too unbelievable. One had to know how powerful the monkey was previously. He pierced through the dead soul's abyss, but he didn't have the ability to kill the other party. In the end, he was even hunted down by the powerhouses of the undead race. But now, the dead soul's abyss had directly fallen. The power of that sword just now was too strong. This guy seemed to be going to stir up a huge storm. The undead race would definitely not let this matter rest. Everyone was terrified. The undead race roared crazily. Damn it, you actually dared to kill him. You're finished. You're dead. Hurry up and kneel down to accept your death. They had completely gone crazy. The dead soul's abyss was their number one genius, the hope of their family, a powerhouse who would become a great emperor in the future. And their undead race would become an emperor race, sweeping across all directions and standing at the peak of the universe. But now all of this was gone, because the dead soul's abyss was dead. They couldn't accept the fall of such a talented powerhouse with a future. Kill him. Countless people rushed into the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. 9 suns surrounded him. The flames of the purest yang flew out and swept in all directions. In an instant, many people were ignited and let out miserable screams. At the same time, Lin Xian landed the demon god seal. His hands transformed into 2 large black seals. Wherever they passed, dozens of figures were turned into ashes. Who wants to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. A biting cold killing intent rose. The other people's scalps went numb. The undead race also kept retreating. He was too powerful. They were no match for him at all. This person could take on hundreds of them without a problem. Damn it! The phantom gritted her teeth and an extremely strange light emitted from her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian looked at the other party and snorted coldly. Why, you want to fight too? Chapter 5044. I technique? Seeing the other party's eyes, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. Even the power of reincarnation formed a mountain and directly pressed down. The phantom screamed and retreated. He closed his eyes, and his eyes were bleeding. At that moment, it was as if he was looking at a god. The other party's soul power was too strong, far surpassing his. This sudden scene made the other's hair stand on end. What happened? Just looking at each other, the phantom was seriously injured? One had to know that the phantom was second only to the dead soul's abyss and was also a top genius. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. The undead clan roared crazily. They came to the phantom and asked, "Are you okay?" The phantom said, "His eyes are too terrifying. His eye technique far surpasses mine. I'm no match for him. Hurry up and protect me back." The undead clan was terrified and didn't dare to say anything. They quickly fled with the phantom. Was he defeated? The phantom was defeated in a single glance, and the dead soul's abyss was mercilessly killed. All of this was done by the young man in front of them. They knew that from now on the underworld would change. Lin Wudi's name would sweep through everything. Those young warriors looked at Lin Xian and clenched their fists. Their faces were full of excitement and shock. Such a person was a legend in their hearts. Those top geniuses were full of despair. Even the dead soul's abyss was defeated by the other party. They were no match for him. They were afraid that from now on the other party would always step on their heads. Did he really do it? Linglong Shui couldn't believe it. The two saints also gasped. If this boy didn't die, his future achievements would be limitless. He might even be able to compete with the Emperor's son, the legendary Great Emperor Realm. Lin Xian looked in all directions. This time he finally had a sufficient understanding of his own strength. The dead soul's abyss was no match for him. Then he could compete with the real Emperor's son. Dragon Prince, just wait. He was going to return and challenge the Dragon Prince. At this time he was stunned. He found someone familiar in the crowd. In addition to the people of the illusionary realm, he found Soul Sage, Bloodkill Sage, Strange Soul Cliff, and Linglong Shui. He looked in that direction and nodded slightly. It could be considered a greeting. After all, he had learned 2 monarch divine abilities from there. Is he greeting us? Linglong Shui was taken aback. Father, it really is him. It really was Lin Gongzi. Previously, they still had some doubts, but now they were completely sure. It was the young man they knew who now stood at the peak. The news of the fall of the dead soul's abyss spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, the entire underworld knew about Granny Meng of the Bridge of Forgetfulness and the Yamakings of the 10 Palaces. Countless clans and sects were shocked when they heard the news. Hell was about to shake. At the same time, a new name appeared in their ears. Lin Wudi. What an arrogant name. Who in the world would dare to call themselves invincible? However, the other party did have the right to be arrogant. The reason for that was because it was precisely this person who had killed the dead soul's abyss. With a single glance, he had seriously injured the phantom. Who in the younger generation of the underworld would be a match for Lin Wudi? They thought of 2 people again. These 2 people were existences on par with the dead soul's abyss. There had always been battles between the 2 sides, with each side winning and losing. But were these 2 people really a match for Lin Xian? They all had their doubts. When the undead clan heard the news, they were all stunned. What did you say? They roared crazily. Their clan's number 1 genius had fallen? That was impossible. They felt that someone was joking with them. However, more and more news came back. In fact, the powerhouses of the undead clan personally escorted the phantom back. They finally broke down. The dead soul's abyss had really fallen. His body was cut open by a sword and his soul was destroyed. Damn it! Countless powerhouses of the undead clan roared crazily. Who killed him? Tear him into pieces. Linwoody, I will not let him off. Hurry up and kill him. The other party had the talent of a young great emperor and had become a mortal enemy of the undead clan. Then, they would never allow this person to grow. Those who returned said, Elder, this person was not simple. A peak great sage might not be able to kill him. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Even a peak great sage could not kill him? Was he already so strong? Those people shook their heads. No, he was like the monkey from before. He had endless trump cards in his hand. He was definitely not a match for a peak great sage. However, it would not be easy for a peak great sage to kill him. If he escaped, they would probably not be able to find him in the universe. It seemed that at least 3 peak great sages and above would be needed. Only by sealing off any hope of the other party's escape would he be able to completely destroy the other party's soul. When these words came out, many people gasped. Was the other party already so heaven-defying? No matter how strong he was still a member of the younger generation. No matter how strong he could not compete with a peak great sage. In fact, he could not even compete with a true great sage. He just had a trump card to escape. If we send 3 peak great sages, we don't believe that we can't kill him. Cold snorts came one after another. The undead clan gathered 3 peak great sages and prepared to attack. However, they stopped because the news once again spread and swept through the world. Soul Sage and the Blood Evil Cauldron jointly announced the news of the Slayer Temple. The content was very simple. It was to announce that Linwoody was one of them and was protected by the Slayer Temple. If anyone dared to assassinate him, the Slayer Temple would attack the enemy regardless of everything. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Linwoody to be from the Slayer Temple. It was too unbelievable. The Slayer Temple was a powerful organization in the underworld. It was a powerful assassin organization. The assassins inside came and went like ghosts. The top assassins cultivated emperor-level abilities, Shadowless Heaven's Net and the Azura Sword art. It could be said that they were very terrifying. Were they coming out now to warn the world? Countless people were shocked. They knew that the most important thing was to warn the undead clan. Sure enough, when the undead clan heard the news, they went crazy with anger. Damn it! Does the Slayer Temple want to be enemies with the undead clan? Damn it! Their eyes were red. Kill him. At worst, they would fight the Slayer Temple. They were not afraid of anything. However, at this time, the patriarch of the undead clan stepped forward. This was a middle-aged man. His expression was unusually cold. Stop, do not act rashly. Patriarch, those great sages are roaring crazily. Are you not going to make a move? Damn it, they are not willing to accept this. The patriarch of the undead race said, the Killing Temple was different from other sections. They are all top assassins. Once the war starts, our undead spirit clan will face a calamity of extinction. Unless we never get out. Chapter 5045. As soon as he said this, the others fell silent. Indeed, the Assassin Temple was very scary, and it was very unwise to be their enemy. Damn it, were they going to just let it go? The undead clan gritted their teeth. They were very unwilling. Were they going to just let it go? Let it go. How could it be? The clan leader of the undead clan snorted. He killed our first day here, and we will never let him go. I will contact the 10 Kings of Hell and ask their top assassins to attack. I think they will be happy to do so. I will give them the best reward, and they should also want to compete with the Sand Temple. Hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding people lit up. That's right. How could they forget about the 10 Kings of Hell? This was also a very scary organization. There were many experts in it, and there were also very scary assassins. They even often had conflicts with the Sand Temple. If they spent a lot of money, they could definitely hire these people. At that time, the experts of the 10 Kings of Hell would attack. No matter how strong Linwoody was, could he withstand it? Serves him right. This is what he gets for provoking us. The elders gritted their teeth and said, "I want him to live a life worse than death." Phantom sighed. At this moment, her eyes were still closed, because until now, she did not dare to open her eyes. She had fought with Linwoody before, so she naturally knew how strong Linwoody was. Their clan was too naive. Did they think that they could kill him by sending these assassins? To be honest, Phantom did not think so at all. Of course, she did not say anything. Now the clan was in a state of madness. No matter what she said, she could not change the will of the clan. Since this was the case, she could only wait and see. She hoped that there were some hidden experts among the 10 kings of hell. This time they could make a move. Perhaps only then would it be possible. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists. That damned Linwoody. She had to kill him and avenge her brother. In Phantom's eyes, monstrous killing intent appeared. The people of the undead clan were quickly discussing. On the other side, Lin Xian went back with Lord Hun and the others. After returning, the people of the Sand Temple were also happy. They were very satisfied. After all, Killer Saint Hall was huge. Regardless if it was Hun Saint or Blood Fury Saint, they both belonged to Killer Saint Hall. At this moment, a group of powerhouses from the Killing Temple surrounded Lin Xian and nodded their heads incessantly. Very good. At the same time, the elders asked Lin Xian what kind of divine ability the Black Seal was. Was it the Thearka's divine ability? They even wanted to ask Lin Xian how he had obtained the Dharch mystique. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't tell the truth, so he casually said some things. He even changed the topic. Those elders didn't care too much. Although they also wanted to obtain it, they knew that they couldn't be impatient. They had to take it slowly. Now that Linwoody had offended the undead clan, they would definitely seek revenge. Therefore, if Linwoody was smart, he would definitely stay in the Killing Hall and seek help. This way, the other party might stay by their side for a long time. At that time, they would have plenty of opportunities. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. At the very least, they could not let the other party be on guard. Lin Xian naturally knew the Killing Hall's plan. He snorted in his heart. Although they said that they were protecting him, a very important reason was that they wanted to obtain the Thearka's inheritance. However, he didn't care. It was better that they weren't in a hurry to make a move because they were wrong. He wasn't afraid of the undead clan's revenge at all. He wouldn't even stay here for too long. He wanted to return to Holy Abyss Ancient City and challenge the Dragon Prince. Next, Lin Xian temporarily stayed in the Sand Sacred Hall. During this time, Xue Linglong and Hun, you both came to find him. They even came to ask for advice. Now, Lin Xian was like a god in their eyes. Lin Xian didn't reject them, and he gave them advice. The two of them were enlightened, and their eyes shone brightly. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. The two of them were overjoyed and immediately went into seclusion after returning. At the same time, they were even more in awe of Lin Xian, because these questions had troubled them for decades or even centuries. But now, Lin Xian's words could enlighten them. It made them instantly understand. This showed that the other party's strength far exceeded theirs. It was beyond their reach. Lin Xian also closed his eyes and continued to cultivate the Thearka's inheritance, the illusory demon scripture. On the other side, the undead clan spread the news to the 10 kings of hell. The 10 kings of hell were 10 huge organizations and sects that covered a very wide area. They occupied many worlds. At this moment, when the news came, they were also shocked. The holy weapon of the undead clan. Oh heavens, was the undead clan crazy? They even took out such a treasure? The 10 kings of hell were shocked. They heard a piece of news, which was that the undead spirit clan had issued a bounty. They wanted to hunt down Linwoody and use Linwoody's head in exchange for the undead clan's legendary weapon, the illusory spirit cauldron. The undead clan had a total of 3 legendary weapons, and the illusory spirit cauldron was one of them. Its power was very terrifying and famous in the underworld. But at this moment, they wanted to take it out as a bounty. It was really unbelievable. That was a sacred weapon, which was much more powerful than an ordinary sacred weapon. Even the existence of the peak of the supreme saint would be jealous, because it was an existence second only to the imperial weapon. Even the top families would treat it as a treasure. Most of the families did not even have a legendary weapon. It was simply too difficult to obtain a legendary saint weapon. But now, there was such an opportunity in front of them. If they got one, it was enough to start a family. And it was a top family, the kind of existence that could occupy countless worlds and sweep across all directions. This mission must be obtained. In fact, even the eyes of the pinnacle great sage cultivators turned red. They naturally wanted such a treasure. Linwoody. Many people frowned. They had heard of this name, and it could even be said that it was like thunder in their ears, because during this period of time, people were talking about him everywhere. The other party had single-handedly slain the Dead Soul's Abyss and made a name for himself in the underworld. This was also why the Undead Clan would crazily reward him. Although they had not seen that battle with their own eyes, they had all heard of it. The other party was very powerful, and the magic that he used was terrifying. In fact, thinking about it, someone who could kill the Dead Soul's Abyss in a head-on battle was definitely not an ordinary person. However, the 10 Kings of Hell had many experts, so naturally, some people did not care. No matter how strong the other party was, he was just a young man. No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the experts of the older generation? These experts of the older generation stood at the peak of the sage realm. They were experienced and had fought countless battles. To deal with a young man was a piece of cake. Chapter 5046. Chu Jiang Hall. A man with black lightning revolving around his body smiled when he heard the news. Lin Wudi, legendary saint weapon? I'll take this mission. It's easy to kill him. The sacred weapon is mine. A lady in red walked over and said, Thunderbolt, be careful. This young man isn't simple. He killed the Dead Soul's Abyss. The man surrounded by black lightning laughed after hearing this. It's fine. If I, Thunderbolt Shadow, want to make a move, can he stop me? He waved his hand and pointed into the distance. Do you see that wall? It's built with the heads of sages. When I swept the world, he wasn't even born yet. Thunderbolt Shadow was an extremely terrifying assassin in Chu Jiang Hall. He was also a peerless expert. He had killed so many saints that he couldn't even count them all. It was said that he used their bones to build a white bone palace. The wall at the back was also built with the heads of top-notch sages. The strength of such a person would definitely shock the world. If he targeted someone, that person would be in despair. Thunderbolt Shadow stood up and looked at the lady in red. Go and find me the news of Lin Wudi. Keep an eye on him and see when he leaves Sand's sacred hall. Lin Xian originally wanted to leave, but there was something that made him stop for a moment. It was Xue Linglong's birthday. 2 days later, it was Xue Linglong's birthday. Many young geniuses were invited. Countless clans and sects came to pay their respects. After all, Xue Linglong was an extremely terrifying genius. His father was the Blood Fiend Saint, who was a powerful saint. Hence, her birthday banquet was exceptionally grand. Xue Linglong naturally invited Lin Xian. If Lin Xian could appear at her banquet, it would be an extremely glorious thing. Lin Xian couldn't reject, so he nodded. 2 days later, he went to the Blood Fiend Sage's residence. He realized that it was really crowded. Countless people came to congratulate him. Lin Xian had encountered quite a number of top-notch geniuses. However, these people were all far inferior to him. After all, the Death Abyss was ranked in the top 5 or even top 3 amongst the younger generation of the underworld. The fact that he was able to kill Qin Yi meant that his strength had entered the top 3 of the top geniuses of the underworld. The others were no match for him at all. When these people saw that Lin Xian had arrived, they naturally exclaimed in surprise. Each and every one of them looked over with gazes of admiration and curiosity. Many young women even came over to greet Lin Xian. Lin Xian released a trace of his aura, which surrounded the surroundings. The strong naturally had the demeanor of the strong. Besides, he didn't want to be disturbed by these people. Hanya also came. He accompanied Lin Xian and introduced many people to him. Lin Xian looked over and nodded slightly. Then he looked ahead. Xue Ling was up ahead. She had specially dressed up today. She was like the goddess of hell, making countless people look up to her. If he was able to marry someone like Linglong Xue, it would probably take 3 lifetimes of luck. Xue Linglong ignored the others and came to Lin Xian's side. She seemed to only have Lin Xian in her eyes. This gaze made Lin Xian laugh bitterly. This girl couldn't have taken a liking to him, right? But it was impossible between them. He wouldn't stay in the underworld for too long. Damn it, the goddess was actually with Lin Wudi. The surrounding people gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. They were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. Whoever dared to challenge Lin Wudi would be courting death. Lin Xian ignored these hostile gazes. These people weren't his match. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes. He realized that someone in the crowd had released killing intent towards him. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian's soul was extremely strong. He could clearly sense it. Someone wanted to kill him. Who was it? Just because he was standing with Linglong Xue? Impossible. These people knew his identity. They knew that he had killed the dead soul's abyss. Who would dare to attack him now? Then there was only one other possibility. It was the undead race. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. Did the undead race want to die? He didn't mind sending these people to hell. Lin Gongzi, please. Linglong Xue invited Lin Xian to the VIP seats. Then she sat beside him. Hanya also sat down. At this moment, a woman came from afar. Her face was red and excited. Lin Gongzi, I really admire you. She held a flower basket in her hand. Lin Gongzi, this is for you. All right, put it here. Hanya knew Lin Xian's attitude, so he said directly. The woman nodded, then put the flower basket on the table and turned to leave. When she left, her lips curled into a mysterious smile. Hanya and the others ignored her. After that, many female saints came to give gifts. The entire table was piled up into a mountain. Of course, during this process, countless young masters came to invite Linglong Xue for a drink. It could be said that Lin Xian's side was very lively. Linglong Xue, Hanya, and the others didn't notice, but Lin Xian frowned slightly. In the next moment, his pupils shrank, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and directly destroyed the trace of aura that entered his body. Then he stared in front of him. On the table, it was the first flower basket. There were some flowers in it, and they were all very precious spiritual herbs. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He didn't pay much attention to the previous ones. These flowers weren't poisonous, but when a few of them worked together, they could release a kind of poison. It was a kind of toxic mixture. Once it was condensed, the smell would be undetectable. But if a saint absorbed it, they would probably die from the poison. So vicious. Who was this person targeting? It was very likely that they were targeting him. Lin Xian's face was cold. He waved his hand, and a ball of fire burned the flower basket to ashes. In the next moment, he stood up. Linglong Xue and Hanya were stunned. What's going on? Who made Lin Xian so angry? Lin Gongzi. Linglong Xue wanted to say something, but in the next moment, her face paled and she almost fainted. Hanya's scalp went numb. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 2 dragon-shaped sword energies entered their bodies. It destroyed their poison. Then he said that the first flower basket was poisonous. Where's that woman? Find her. Poisonous. Hanya's pupils shrank. Linglong Xue's expression also changed. No wonder she almost fainted just now. Luckily, Lin Xian was here. Otherwise, they would really be in danger today. Don't worry, I'll send someone to find her. Linglong Xue stood up and gritted her teeth. Lin Xian shook his head. No need. I'll go myself. Today is your birthday party. You're the main character. He's targeting me, and I can deal with him. Chapter 5047. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with golden light, enveloping the world. Soon, a smile appeared on his face, and he walked into the distance. In a remote corner of the mansion, there was a woman in purple. She was the first person to deliver the flower basket to Lin Xian. At this moment, there was a sneer on her face. What Lin Wuti? He couldn't even detect my combination poison. What kind of top genius is he? Let's see how he dies this time. She was very confident in her methods, because she had used this method to kill more than 10 powerful saints. Moreover, those people didn't even know how they died when they died. So this time, in her opinion, it would be no exception. As long as she killed Lin Wuti, she could go to the undead clan to collect the reward. That was a sacred weapon. After obtaining it, she could start her own family and pass it down for 10,000 years. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel excited. You want to kill me with your poison? You're too weak. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The woman in purple's pupils shrank, and she suddenly turned her head. She shouted coldly. Who was it? The next moment, she was stunned. You're not dead. She saw Lin Xian walking over, and her face turned pale with fright. She took a few steps back. What's going on? Shouldn't he be poisoned? How could he still be alive? And she found him. I've long discovered your poison. You're too weak if you want to kill me with such a small trick. Did the undead clan find such a person? The woman in purple broke out in a cold sweat. She thought her plan was flawless, but it turned out that the other party had already discovered it. It was ridiculous that she had fantasized about killing him. Spare my life. She knelt down and kept kowtowing. The other party was so strong that she was no match for him in a head-on battle. These assassins used sneaky assassination techniques. Now that their assassination techniques had been broken, she really didn't have much choice. Tell me, how many people do you have? What other tricks does the undead clan have? Lin Xian asked coldly as he walked forward. At this moment, the purple-clothed woman suddenly raised her head and threw 2 crystal balls forward. There was an extremely terrifying green poisonous gas inside. Go to hell. The crystal ball cracked open and poisonous gas emerged from within, enveloping Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, what Lin Wuti? I just used a little trick and you died in my hands. Next, I want to make a name for myself. The purple-dressed woman laughed heartily, but she was soon stunned. His expression even became frightened, and he knelt on the ground again. This time she was really scared. A sword light streaked across the sky, splitting her poisonous gas into 2 halves. Then Lin Xian walked out. Divine flames were burning on his body. Everything was isolated from the outside world. How could this be? How could the other party be so strong? The purple-clothed woman looked terrified. She had only heard of how terrifying he was, but she had never seen him before. Thus, when she saw this scene, her expression was incomparably gloomy. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 suns divine fire flew out, transforming into a golden crow that enveloped his opponent. The purple-clothed woman burned in the raging flames and let out a miserable roar. She knew that she was not going to live, but she gritted her teeth and roared. Lin Wuti, if you kill me, you won't live long either. I'm just the first assassin. After this, more and more assassins will come after you. The 10 kings of hell are full of experts. Even with the protection of the Sand Holy Temple, you won't be able to escape death. 10 kings of hell? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He didn't have any grudges with these sections. The purple-clothed woman laughed wildly. You're too naive. In order to take revenge, the undead clan took out a sacred weapon as a reward. This is enough to cause anyone to go crazy, so just wait for your death. As soon as she finished speaking, she burned to ashes. Lin Xian frowned. The other party had actually taken out a saint weapon of legacy. That was truly extravagant. It seemed that countless experts would come to assassinate him next. Humph, the undead clan was haunting him. One day, he would completely destroy them. As for those saints who came to assassinate him, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let them go. He wouldn't wait passively, but would take the initiative to attack. These people wanted to kill him, so he would kill them first. He wanted everyone to be terrified. At the same time, he wanted everyone to know what would happen if they dared to make a move on him. Lin Xian went back to continue attending the banquet. After the banquet, late night came. Lin Xian stood on a mountain peak. The demonic aura on his body was monstrous, and his golden eyes shrouded the world. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, there was also a pair of golden eyes looking down on the world. Lin Xian was using the heavenly secret divine eye with all his strength. He wanted to detect the existence of those assassins. These saints had terrifying strength, and all kinds of methods were hidden. However, as long as the other party had killing intent, Lin Xian could still find them. After all, Lin Xian's eye technique was terrifying. The heavenly secret divine eye had absorbed enough reincarnation power. It was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under this pair of eyes, nothing could be hidden. Lin Xian's face immediately turned gloomy. He did not expect that there would be so many assassins around. The number of assassins shocked him. If it were not for the news he received today, he would probably never have a day of peace. But now, Lin Xian was ready to attack. Lin Xian slowly formed a seal with his palms. He used one of the Emperor's abilities in the demon summoning scripture, Shadow of the Demon. It was an existence that could create millions of doppelgangers in an instant. Lin Xian created 100 doppelgangers, and each of them was like a demon. Then they flew in all directions. In a valley, a towering tree swayed with the wind. At this moment, a demon-like figure descended, and then slammed his palm towards the ancient tree. The ancient tree was split into pieces, and it roared crazily. Who was it? This ancient tree was also a terrifying assassin. He roared crazily. He hid very well, but he did not expect that he would be discovered instantly. And this person's strength was beyond imagination. Naturally, this was one of Lin Xian's doppelgangers. With a wave of his hand, the 9 suns' divine fire flew out and burned the ancient tree. Soon, the ancient tree disappeared into thin air. Not only that, but Lin Xian's 100 doppelgangers also attacked in all directions. One by one, the assassins were killed by him quickly. Lin Xian's real body also made a move. Inside the 7-story pagoda, the aura was majestic and the array formation was flickering. A man was holding an array formation in his hand, and he kept shaking it. The array formation recorded a few images. If one looked closely, they would find that the figures on the array formation were all Lin Xian. This person was also a terrifying assassin. He was studying Lin Xian. For these assassins, killing in one blow was the best. If they missed the opportunity, it would be difficult to succeed in the future. Every time, he would study the enemy like the back of his hand. It was an old man. He was wearing a wide black robe, and under the black robe was a skeleton body. His entire body was a skeleton, and he had cultivated to become a sage. Chapter 5048. The old man was very famous. He was called the Iron Hand Skeleton. His assassination methods were very powerful. At this moment, beside the Iron Hand Skeleton, there were not only records of formations, but also various scrolls. They were all about Lin Xian. I'm definitely not a match for a top-notch genius in a head-on battle. However, if it's an assassination, the other party might not be able to dodge it. It seems that his physique is very strong, but I can kill him with my soul. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large black cauldron. There was a flying knife floating inside. The flying knife was engraved with runes and surrounded by countless resentful spirits. There was also this terrifying blood water, Spirit Slayer's sword. I spent all my wealth to get you. I hope you won't disappoint me. This was a very terrifying forbidden weapon that specialized in slashing people's souls. No matter how strong the opponent was, if he was hit by the Spirit Slayer sword, his soul would probably be destroyed immediately. Holding the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand, the old man smiled proudly. However, at this moment, the void split open, and a sword light streaked across, stabbing directly at the old man. Suddenly, the old man's head flew up. How is that possible? The old man was shocked. He tried his best to turn around, trying to see who the other party was. In the next moment, he saw it clearly. A black figure, like a demon, was his target, Lin Wudi. Is the gap so big? The old man's eyes were filled with despair. He had the Spirit Slayer sword, but he didn't have the chance to use it. He was killed by the other party's sword. Lin Xian walked over and snorted coldly. He used the Shura sword skill in that attack, just now. Kill with one sword. The other party couldn't resist at all. At this moment, the old man died. The black cauldron beside the old man kept shaking, and there was a terrifying aura inside. It seemed like it was about to fly out. With a whoosh, a terrifying blade light slashed across, slashing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also felt his hair stand on end. So terrifying. These assassins really have powerful trump cards. No one in the middle stage of the Supreme Saint Realm could resist this blade. Even a sage would be shocked and have their hair stand on end. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. The power of reincarnation appeared in his right eye and transformed into a mountain that crushed down. After suppressing the Spirit Slayer blade, Lin Xian grabbed it and erased the soul on it. What a terrifying weapon! It specialized in destroying souls. It was a good item. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian sealed it with a soul imprint and put it away. He did not attack again. Instead, he carefully sensed his surroundings. At this moment, the 100 doppelgangers were moving swiftly. Even though they were just doppelgangers, they were still extremely frightening. Therefore, those assassins were no match for him. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of assassins had fallen to these clones. That should be enough. After all, so many saints of the underworld had perished in a single night. That should be enough to topple the entire underworld. Everyone in the underworld was shocked and terrified. Lin Xian was just about to leave when he suddenly froze. He felt another aura. Then he looked up at the sky. Was there anyone else? Moreover, this person had hidden himself so well that he hadn't noticed him for a while. He knew that he had been a little careless. Previously, he had only explored the ground. He did not expect someone to be hiding in the sky. Humph. Once I've dealt with you, it should be even more shocking. Lin Xian's body swayed. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and disappeared without a trace. When he made his move, some experts in this territory frowned. The Blood Fury Saint stood on top of the pagoda. His eyes flickered. What a terrifying soul power! Just now he seemed to have felt a pair of eyes in the sky looking down at that power. That made him extremely shocked. Was he the one who attacked? The Blood Fury Saint thought of a person. That person was Lin Wudi. Only Lin Wudi would have such terrifying strength. Although this young man was younger than him by a few thousand years, his strength was too terrifying. However, his strength was truly too terrifying. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to catch up to him. What made him even more shocked was that Lin Wudi was only a king sage. He wasn't even a great sage, yet he could make him feel shocked. If Lin Wudi were to become a great sage, how terrifying would his strength be? He would probably be above him. Not only him, but other than him, there were also some top-notch great sages who were extremely shocked. There were even some top-notch geniuses who were unconvinced previously. They thought that the fall of the Dead Soul's abyss was due to carelessness. If they were to fight seriously from the start, they might not lose to Lin Wudi. But now they realized that they were too naive. Just this soul power alone was enough to sweep through everything. They reckoned that with Lin Wudi around, they would never be able to stand out in the underworld. At that moment, There was a cloud floating in the sky. There were faint flashes of lightning on it. Such a thundercloud wouldn't attract anyone's attention normally, because it would soon float into the distance. But at that moment, the thundercloud kept rolling and transformed into a human face. Damn it. Why do I have an uneasy feeling that I'm being watched by someone? It shouldn't be. With my means, even a great sage wouldn't be able to find out who I am easily. This thundercloud was none other than Ingpailai. He could transform into a thundercloud and float in the sky. This way he could hide his identity. Once he found his target, he would launch a thunderbolt attack and strike down directly. One hit, one kill. It could be said that his means were superb. But at that moment he felt uneasy. It was as if something was about to happen. Thinking of this, his body swayed and he prepared to float to another place. You want to leave? Don't you think it's a little late? A faint voice sounded in the sky. It made Ingpailai's body stiffen. Who is it? He looked in all directions. The next moment he found a man in a black robe in front of him. His body was full of demonic aura. Who are you? Ingpailai was stunned. Lin Xian laughed. You came to kill me, but you don't even know who I am? It's you. Ingpailai was shocked and couldn't believe it. Was this his target, Lin Wudi? He took a closer look and sucked in a cold breath. The other party was too young, even younger than he had imagined. Moreover, the other party indeed only had the aura of a great sage. Could such a person really kill the dead soul's abyss? He didn't quite believe it. However, the other party could easily find him and block his way. It was enough to show that this young man hid very well. Kill. Since he had encountered him, there was nothing to say. He was very tempted by the sacred weapon. He must kill the other party. Endless black thunderbolts struck forward, splitting open one black hole after another in the void. With such a terrifying attack, the other party would definitely die. As long as the other party dodged, he would immediately use his backup plan. However, the other party didn't dodge at all. Ingpailai snorted. He was scared to death. He thought he was some kind of expert. It turned out that he was just an idiot. Didn't he even know how to dodge? But soon, he realized that he had thought too much. It wasn't that the other party didn't know how to dodge. The other party didn't even bother to dodge. A fist blasted over, directly shattering the lightning in the sky. Then a palm descended like the sun, causing his body to crack open. Chapter 5049. Damn it, the other party was too strong. He was terrified and fought back. After 3 moves, he completely lost his temper. Powerful and invincible. This was his evaluation of the other party. He knew that he was no match for him in a head-on battle. He could only escape now. His entire body turned into mist and fled in all directions. He snorted coldly. Lin Wudi, although you are strong, you don't understand us assassins at all. If we want to escape, you can't stop us. In the blink of an eye, he had already fled millions of miles away. In Thunderbolt, heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, he was careless this time. It seemed that he had to make a good plan when he went back. Just as he was thinking, a black bolt of lightning flashed behind him. It was faster than him. Lin Xian had black wings on his back, and he easily tore through the void. He was fearless in a straight line. In an instant, he was behind Thunderbolt. Don't you think you are a little naive to compete with me in speed? A faint voice sounded. Thunderbolt turned around and was scared out of his wits. Damn it, how could it be? It was the first time he had seen someone faster than him. He ran again. He accelerated again. However, after 3 times, Lin Xian could easily catch up with him. The 3rd time, he was directly in front of him. He stopped him. Then he threw a punch over. An entire void was completely shattered. The phantoms of 6 worlds charged towards him, causing his blood to boil. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, the thunder shook the world. Thunderbolt roared. The thundercloud he turned into covered the sky and earth, directly swallowing everything. Let's see how you will die in my thunder domain. Thunderbolt's voice sounded from all directions. At this moment, the entire sky had completely turned into a thunderstorm. The violent aura was enough to crush everything. Lin Xian's body was covered in a golden light. Golden runes flickered as he resisted. At the same time, he took out a flying knife, the soul cutter. Previously, he had just obtained it. Do you think I won't be able to find you if you hide? Go. Lin Xian activated the soul cutter. The soul cutter flew out and turned into a ray of light. It directly charged into the depths of the thundercloud. Puff! The blade light flashed and a scream was heard. Damn it, it's the soul-severing saber. How did you get your hands on something like that? He let out a terrified roar, his expression unwilling. He remembered that the soul-severing saber had been obtained by an extremely terrifying old man. Why was it in Lin Xian's hands? Could it be that that person had also fallen? He had no chance to find out. The power of the soul-slashing blade was unparalleled. Back then, the iron-handed skeleton had spent all of his wealth to buy it. Now it was truly powerful. With a single slash, he sliced apart Shadow Cleave Force's soul. Thunder Shadow had fallen. The thunderclouds that filled the sky also slowly disappeared. Lin Xian stood there and waved his hand, causing the soul-severing saber to fly out. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he narrowed his eyes. Forbidden artifacts could not be used for long periods of time. The soul-severing saber could probably be used 3 more times. It would be torn apart. However, he didn't mind. With his strength, it would be easy for him to kill the other party. Therefore, he did not rely on these at all. He left. Lin Xian's figure disappeared into the void. He left, but the entire underworld went crazy. When the sun rose the next day, countless people were shocked. They discovered that tens of thousands of assassins had been killed. Among them were the iron-handed skeleton and even top experts like Thunder Shadow. Who did it? To be able to kill so many experts in such a short period of time was definitely not something that one person could do. Was it the Assassin Temple? Countless exclamations and discussions sounded. It was no longer a secret that the 10 kings of hell had come to assassinate Lin Xian. However, they didn't expect that these people would be completely annihilated in less than a day. Was the Assassin Temple already so powerful? They didn't know that this was the masterpiece of Lin Xian alone. If they knew, they would probably be scared silly. What was going on? Even Thunder Shadow had perished? He had killed too many experts. It was said that he had built a palace of white bones, made entirely of the bones of saints. Not only that, he also had a wall formed by the heads of top-tier saints. Such a person was so powerful, even if he couldn't kill Lin Wuti, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave calmly. But now, the other party had actually fallen. Was it Lin Wuti who did it? Some people shook their heads. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, in the face of the elusive assassin, he was helpless. It must be someone from the Assassin Temple who made the move. I'm guessing that it might even be the Soul Sage or the Blood Slaughter Saint who did it. They were the only ones who could kill in Thunderbolt without alerting anyone. When the 10 kings of hell received the news, they were also greatly shocked. The experts inside also made a similar analysis. In their opinion, it should be a sage-level existence who made the move. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Wuti to kill so many experts in such a short period of time. Damn the Assassin Temple. For a young man, they would do anything to start a war with the 10 kings of hell? Damn it. The 10 kings of hell gritted their teeth. They probably wouldn't make a move so easily in a short period of time. They had to investigate carefully and make a detailed plan. Only then would they be able to carry out the next attack. When the undead clan found out, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, they had already taken out a sage weapon as a reward. But the result didn't seem to be what they wanted. That Lin Wuti was actually still alive, and his reputation was growing. Now, not only did the geniuses of the underworld acknowledge him, but even the assassin saints were afraid of him. Damn it, this kid has the Assassin Temple behind him. It was difficult to touch him. They had to make him leave the Sand Temple, or make the Assassin Temple stop supporting him. Under the Undead Spirit Clan's relentless investigation, they finally found a clue. That was the original top genius of the Assassin Temple, Yin Tianfeng, who had accidentally fallen in the underworld. At that time, Lin Xian had also been there. There might be some connection between the two. Even if there wasn't, they would make up 10,000 connections. Quickly invite the experts of Granny Meng's lineage. The Undead Clan paid a huge price to invite an elder of Granny Meng's lineage. They went to the first level of the underworld and came to the place where Yin Tianfeng had fallen. Granny Meng's lineage had a powerful ability, and that was Granny Meng's soup. It could forget some things, and it could also restore the previous scene. At this moment, the elder they invited was from Granny Meng's lineage. He was an extremely terrifying elder. He looked over and narrowed his eyes. I can help you restore the scene, but I'm not sure how much I can restore. Before that, you have to give me the things you promised me. Understood. The elder of the Undead Clan gritted his teeth. Among them, the elder waved his hand and took out 2 treasure boxes and handed them over. One was a 50,000-year-old spiritual herb, and the other was an Azura stone. Chapter 50-50. Elder Meng didn't care about the 10,000-year-old spiritual herb at all and put it away. Instead, he looked at another stone. The ancient stone was placed on the ground and looked inconspicuous. No one would care about it. But at this moment, Elder Meng looked as if he had obtained a treasure. The Shura stone was a stone brought out from the Shura ruins. It contained a trace of the Shura race's power. Rumor had it that the Shura race might be related to time. Therefore, the Shura stone naturally had a mysterious power. If he could study it carefully, he might be able to improve his laws and cultivation. How could he not be excited? He put away the Shura stone. He nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll help you reconstruct what happened more than 10 years ago. He waved his hand and took out 4 bowls of Meng Po's soup and placed them in 4 directions. Then he began to form seals with his palms. This was an ancient sacrifice. It was very complicated. The entire process lasted for 3 days. In the end, Elder Meng respectfully poured the 4 bowls of Meng Po's soup on the ground. As the Meng Po's soup fell, endless dreamlike fragments appeared in all directions. Then they quickly condensed. In the next moment, images appeared one after another. There were people in the images. The elders of the undead spirit race looked carefully. They realized that there were 2 figures in the images. One of them was the dead Yin Tianfeng. The other was none other than Lin Xian. Great, Lin Wuti and Yin Tianfeng had indeed met. What happened next? They carefully examined the images. It was very blurry. After all, this was back in the past. It contained a trace of the power of time. Although the Meng Po's lineage was powerful, it was impossible for them to completely recover. Therefore, there were only some fragments. But even so, they still managed to capture a little. In one of the fragments, it was the scene of Lin Xian attacking Yin Tianfeng. Seeing this scene, the elder of the undead spirit race looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, great, he was really too happy. With this evidence, it was enough to make the Killing Temple and Lin Xian fall out. At least, he would definitely take revenge for killing the core elder of the Killing Temple. Because Yin Tianfeng was the grandson of the core elder, Elder Yin. As for this Elder Yin, she would definitely take revenge for this grudge. At that time, Lin Xian might come out to kill the temple, and that would give them a chance to assassinate him. Thank you for your help this time. The first elder of the Undead Spirit Clan looked at Elder Meng gratefully. Then they used a formation to record these scenes and immediately returned. Next, they contacted Elder Yin of the Killer Temple. At first, Elder Yin didn't believe it. However, Elder Yin's expression turned ugly when she saw the flickering fragments in the array. He gritted his teeth and said, "What if it was you who did it?" The great elder of the undead spirit race said, "How is that possible?" This matter was handled by the elders of Granny Meng's lineage. You can ask him. You should know what Elder Meng is capable of. He could reconstruct the events of the past, even though it was just fragments. However, it was obvious that Yin Tianfeng's death had something to do with Lin Wudi. Damn it. Elder Yin gnashed her teeth. His eyes were red, but he said coldly, "Although Lin Wudi is my enemy, he is still a genius of the Assassin Temple. His death won't benefit the Assassin Temple. You want me to do it? You want me to be a sinner of the Assassin Temple?" The first elder laughed. "Elder Yin, you think too much. You don't need to do it. You just need to lure that guy out. When the time comes, we'll do it. Besides, is that guy really willing to stay in the Assassin Temple? Do you think he's willing to serve the Assassin Temple? I don't think so. Looking at his cultivation and aura, he's not from the underworld at all. One day he'll leave. Besides, didn't the Yin family put all their hopes on Yin Tianfeng? The undead spirit clan can understand your pain. Our top geniuses have all died, and they all died at the hands of Lin Wudi. Only by killing him can we take revenge." Elder Yin nodded. "Okay, I'll join forces with you." The two sides reached an agreement. Next, they would join forces to assassinate Lin Xian. Elder Yin went back to discuss with her family. Many people's faces were cold, and they decided to take revenge. Some people frowned. He was now at the peak of his power. If they took action, the Assassin Temple wouldn't agree. Then they would think of a way to lure him out. At that time, the Undead Spirit Clan could take action. They were prepared to choose this safe method. Under Elder Yin's control, the Assassin Temple sent out a mission to Lin Xian and the others. More than 50 people set off together, and Lin Xian was one of them. When Lin Xian found out about this mission, his eyebrows knitted together tightly. This mission was very long. It could be as short as 30 years, or as long as 100 years. He didn't have that much time, so he directly refused and looked at the Soul Sage. "Soul Sage, I may have to go out, so I won't accept this mission." The Soul Sage said, "Okay, I'll tell you." The Soul Sage reported this news. When Elder Yin and the others heard this, they frowned and one of them sneered. It seems that the Undead Spirit Clan was right. This kid doesn't want to serve the Assassin Temple at all. In fact, I think he will leave in a short time. How about this? You contact the Deputy Temple Master and say that you found Lin Wudi wanting to leave the Assassin Temple. At the same time, we'll send people to follow him secretly. As long as he leaves, we'll have evidence. At that time, we can take action against him. Elder Yin sent people to keep an eye on Lin Xian. Lin Xian did want to leave, and his action was completely under the control of Elder Yin and the others. Immediately, those elders started to laugh coldly. Now that they had evidence, Elder Yin immediately led people to go. An overwhelming number of experts surrounded Lin Xian. Elder Yin said coldly, "Lin Gongzi, where are you going? You're leaving without saying goodbye? Don't you know the rules of the Assassin Temple? You've broken the sect's rules. Men, take him down." 6 experts walked out. They held chains in their hands and shrouded the front. It seemed that they wanted to completely envelop Lin Xian. In an instant, the chains came to Lin Xian's side. There was an extremely powerful sealing power on them. Lin Xian's face darkened. He shouted coldly and burned the divine fire, shattering the chains. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying solar storm swept out in all directions. The 6 experts vomited blood and flew backward. Their faces turned pale. It was too terrifying. "You dare to disobey our orders? Do you want to betray the Assassin Temple?" Elder Yin shouted angrily, but he was ecstatic. Great, the other party dared to attack directly. Then he had a reason to kill him on the spot. Lin Xian's face was cold. Hearing the other party's name, he should be related to Yin Tianfeng. Could it be that the other party knew that he killed Yin Tianfeng? Chapter 5051. Kid, how dare you resist? Do you want to die? Elder Yin and the rest were shocked by the power that Lin Xian displayed, but they were overjoyed. That way, all of them would have a chance to make a move. As expected, several elder-level figures made their moves and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. He knew that the other party must have gotten hold of some evidence, which was why they attacked him. It seemed like he couldn't stay in the underworld any longer. Anyway, he was ready to leave. He might as well leave. His body swayed, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back as he flew into the distance. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Elder Een and the rest were shocked and quickly gave chase. They also used Shadowless Heaven's net to chase after him. Shadowless Heaven's net. The great Emperor's divine ability allowed him to appear and disappear unpredictably. When Elder Een and the rest used it, it was extremely powerful. However, it was a pity that they were flying in a straight line. No matter how strong they couldn't catch up with Lin Xian's demon god's wings. Damn it! Quick! Informed the undead spirit race. Elder Een and the rest roared and sent out the news. When the undead spirit race's great elder heard the news, he rushed over with an overwhelming number of people and blocked the path ahead. Only then did they stop Lin Xian. Kid, where are you running to? How dare you kill our family's #1 genius? Do you think you can escape? Cold yells came one after another. They were emitting a murderous aura. There was the undead spirit race in front and the assassin temple behind. It could be said that Lin Xian was in an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Xian stood in the void with an unusually cold expression. With so many people, not to mention him, even if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to leave. This was also the reason why the other party sneered. The news spread out. When the assassin temple heard about it, they were in an uproar. The Blood Fury Saint and the Soul Sage frowned. The assassin temple wanted to attack Lin Xian. Damn it! What's going on? They quickly went to find out that it was Elder Een who did it. Is Elder Een crazy? The Blood Fury Saint roared. The Soul Sage Monarch was also brimming with killing intent. He was even prepared to intervene. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. Lin Xian killed Een Tianfeng. Elder Yin's revenge was a personal grudge, and no one else was allowed to interfere. Furthermore, the news was spread by the Vice Palace Master. Damn it! Hanya and Xue Linglong gritted their teeth. Blood! Fiend Saint sighed. His eyes flickered, but he didn't make another move. Father? Linglong Xue shouted. If we don't act now, young Master Lin will really be finished. Sigh. The Blood Kill Saint sighed. The Vice Palace Master has personally given the order, and it is not something that you and I can go against. Lin Gongzi could only resign himself to fate. After saying that, the Blood Kill Saint went into seclusion. On the other side, when the Soul Sage Lord received the news, his face turned cold. Hanya asked, Father, what should we do? The Soul Sage Monarch thought for a moment, then said, I'll leave Soul to you. He took out a token, and at the same time summoned the people of Soul. He said, coldly, brothers, if I'm not around, please take good care of ya. Father, Saint. Countless shouts rang out. Hanya stood out and said, I'm willing to fight with Father. The people of Soul also raised their arms and shouted, swearing to follow the saint to death. All of you. The Soul Sage Monarch took a deep breath. All right, follow me. He brought Hanya and flew into the distance. He was going to support Lin Xian. When he arrived, the aura between the two sides was even colder. The arrival of the Soul Sage Monarch caused countless people to turn their heads. The Soul Sage Monarch shouted coldly, Elder Een, what do you want? Soul Sage Monarch, you're here too, but it's useless. This kid will definitely die today. If you watch from the side, we won't do anything to you. But if you dare to help this kid, I'll destroy your soul. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian also turned his head. Senior, there's no need to take the risk for me. The Soul Sage Monarch shook his head. I'm very disappointed in the Killer Temple. They don't even protect a genius like you. "Young man, I think highly of you, so I'm prepared to help you." As he spoke, he brought those people to Lin Xian's side. "Since they don't know what's good for them, I'll fulfill their wish." The people of the undead race roared. Their eyes were already red. "Kill!" With a roar, these people attacked fiercely. A great battle broke out in an instant. Flames burned the sky, laws danced, and lightning fell. In an instant, a terrifying power shook the surroundings. At this moment, countless people sensed it. They looked up at the distant sky and gasped. Who was fighting a great battle? Such a terrifying scene. They only dared to watch from afar. They didn't dare to get close at all. This battle was very scary. Although Lin Xian had Soul Sage Monarch and the others on his side, compared to Elder Een and the people of the undead race, the difference was too great. The difference was more than 10 times. It was even a difference of 20 times. Lin Xian appeared and disappeared like a ghost. With the Azura sword art, each sword could pierce through hundreds of saints. But it was still useless. These people seemed to have gone mad as they attacked nonstop. Lin Xian roared. He didn't hold back. The heaven-devouring jar appeared, and the great dragon's sword soul-swept in all directions. The battle was abnormally intense. The undead race actually took out a legendary saint weapon. A small cauldron shook heaven and earth. The great elder controlled the small cauldron to contend with it. Elder Een launched a sneak attack and seriously injured Soul Sage Monarch. The people of the Soul Sage Monarch were also seriously injured. Lin Xian's eyes were red. He attacked recklessly. The heaven-devouring jar was thrown into the ground by him and crazily devoured the power of heaven and earth. The great dragon's sword soul transformed into a true dragon and swept out. Under his reckless attack, the entire world exploded. Damn it, what is this thing? Why do I feel an extremely powerful aura? Run! The great elder went crazy, and Elder Een was also frightened. They led the remaining people and fled. They knew that with this weapon, it would be difficult for them to kill the other party. The great elder roared, "Go back quickly and ask at least 5 peak great sages to come." Although the other party was strong and had the protection of an extreme Tao, he didn't have much strength left. At present, he could only protect himself. If they sent 5 peak great sages, they would be enough to suppress the other party. At that time, everything the other party had would be theirs. In an instant, the great elder fled with dozens of people. Elder Yin's side was in an even worse state. She only managed to escape with a dozen people with serious injuries. As for the rest, tens of thousands of people died here, turning this place into a hell of Azura. A sea of blood surged into the sky. Soul Cliff roared, "Father!" At this moment, Soul Sage Monarch was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Lin Xian's face was pale, and countless cracks appeared on his body. He looked unusually ferocious. The others were all injured. This battle was a narrow escape for them. Lin Xian formed hand seals and used the longevity indestructible technique. A sword armor formed, enveloping everyone like a mountain. It provided a powerful vitality. Then he looked at Soul Sage Monarch. Chapter 5052. Han Xingjun's aura was very weak. He said, "I'm afraid I can't make it. Lin Gongzi, please help Ye, or in the future." Lin Xian shook his head and said, "No, don't worry, you won't die." His eyes flickered as he took out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb from the Sword World's Four-Spirit Valley. With a wave of his hand, he appeared in the void and swallowed it. "Your injuries should be much better." Han Shengjun glanced at it and shook his head. "No need. Lin Gongzi will have to trouble you. I know my own injuries very well." "You also walked over," he said. "Lin Gongzi, we have already swallowed a lot of heavenly treasures for Han Shengjun. They were all made of 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, or even 20 to 30,000-year-old spirit herbs. But it was useless. Her meaning was very clear. The 10,000-year-old spirit herb that Lin Xian took out would definitely not have any effect. However, Lin Xian laughed. How would you know if you don't try? Hanya, give it to your father. Hanya took it and said, Father, take it. It was Lin Gongzi's kind intentions. Han Xingjun swallowed the 10,000-year-old spirit herb, but he didn't have any hope. But when he swallowed it, he was stunned. What was going on? He was dumbfounded because he felt a powerful life force enveloping his body. Was this really a 10,000-year-old spirit herb? He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Father, how do you feel? Hanya, you. And the others also walked over and asked with concern. Han Xingjun said, What a strong medicinal power. I can feel my injuries quickly recovering. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving my life. Yu Tingho was also stunned. What? A 10,000-year-old spirit herb cured Han Xingjun? This was too unbelievable. How could he know that Lin Xian took out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb? It was a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that grew in the Sword World. The Sword World was formed by the power of many worlds. In addition, the world itself was incomparably miraculous, so the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs that grew here, it was comparable to the 50,000-year-old spirit herbs outside, coupled with the fact that he had swallowed a large number of pills. This set of pills was comparable to a 50,000-year-old spiritual herb. Thus, the Soul Sage Monarch's condition immediately improved. However, if he wanted to fully recover, he would need to recuperate properly. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, you are too polite. It was you who brought people to save me from danger. I should be thanking you. Lin Xian was very grateful for the man's actions. There were many people who would add flowers to a brocade, but the real help was to provide timely help. Moon and the others were stunned. This Lin Gongzi in front of them had shocked them to the core. Previously, when they were on a mission with Lin Xian, they had thought that Lin Xian was a coward who was afraid of running away. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Lin Xian had displayed his formidable strength and was able to take out such a miraculous elixir with just a raise of his hand. The other party was like a cloud of fog that made them unable to see clearly. This young man in front of them probably had more trump cards than their holy army. The Soul Sage Monarch's complexion recovered a little. He asked, What are you going to do next? It won't be long before they come for you. We have to leave quickly. Lin Xian nodded, and the group flew into the distance. But not long after, an extremely terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. The 5 pinnacle great sages of the undead race had joined forces. They stood above the 9 heavens. At this moment, the people of the underworld were alarmed. Heavens, what happened? The undead race had sent out 5 pinnacle great sages. It was said that they wanted to kill Lin Wudi. Countless shocked voices rang out. Elder Een and the others were also secretly observing. They believed that the other party was definitely dead this time. Not good. The Soul Sage Monarch was in despair. Moon Soulcliff and the others were also pale and trembling. They couldn't withstand such a lineup, let alone 5 pinnacle great sages. Even a single pinnacle great sage was enough to wipe them all out. Given the current situation, there was no doubt that they would die. Are we going to fight? Lin Xian probed the power of the sword world and then took a deep breath. With his trump cards, whether it was the heaven-devouring jar or the great dragon sword spirit, it was impossible to defeat the other party if he went all out. But if he wanted to escape, it shouldn't be a problem. In that case, let's fight. Lin Xian took a step forward, erupting with an extremely sharp light. Facing the 5 pinnacle great sages, he was still fearless. Undead race, I will remember you. When I return in the future, I will definitely destroy the 4 spirits race. You think you have a future? Ridiculous. The 5 pinnacle great sages in the sky snorted. They looked down as if gods were looking at ants. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Once the 5 pinnacle great sages attacked, They would definitely not let them live. Attack! The 5 pinnacle great sages were like 5 gods. Their aura swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. The sole sage monarch and the others couldn't resist at all. They could only retreat and vomit blood. An endless black vortex appeared beside Lin Xian. He roared angrily and was about to activate the power of this world and take out his strongest trump card. However, at this moment, there was a giant hand in the sky, shrouding down. It directly enveloped the 5 pinnacle great sages. Who is it? The 5 pinnacle great sages roared angrily. Their fists soared, and endless divine light pierced through the 9 heavens. He fought against the hand of the heavens. A loud voice rang out. Everyone retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. Was there a change? He didn't act rashly. Instead, he retreated to a distance to watch the battle. Who dares to interfere in our business? The undead race roared crazily. The battle just now had shocked them. At this moment, another figure appeared in all directions. There were 10 figures standing above the 9 heavens. Each of their aura was no weaker than the 5 pinnacle great sages. Those who were watching the battle from afar exclaimed, "These were the 10 Yama Kings." Oh heavens, they actually appeared as well. Were they also here to capture Lin Wudi? Countless exclamations rang out. Lin Wudi alone was enough to make the entire Earth prison go crazy. Whether it was the pinnacle great sages or the 10 Yama Kings, they were all the top figures in Earth prison. The members of the dead spirit clan furrowed their brows tightly. 10 Yama Kings, what do you mean? Are you going to help this kid? King Qingguang said coldly. Someone asked us to protect young Master Lin's safety. That's right. Emperor Songdi also nodded. The other 10 Yama Kings stood out one after another, claiming to protect Lin Xian. This caused everyone in the underworld to be stunned. Heavens, what's going on? Even Lin Xian was stunned. What's going on? The 10 Yama Kings had sent countless assassins to assassinate him, but now the leaders of the 10 Yama Kings wanted to protect him. They didn't even hesitate to become enemies with the undead race. Damn it, why? The undead race's experts roared crazily. They were all crazy. Although they were strong, they couldn't start a war with the 10 Yama Kings. Chapter 5053. Han Xingjun and the others were stunned. Lin Xian was so influential that he could get the 10 Kings of Hell to come out together? They looked at each other, feeling incredulous. Lin Xian was also stunned. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Could it be old Xia? He had come to the underworld with Xia Jiao. Later on, Xia Jiao had left after recovering some vitality. Now that such a scene had happened, Lin Xian thought about it. It must have something to do with Xia Jiao. In front, a peak great saint of the undead spirit race gritted his teeth and asked, "I want to know who could get all of you to come out together?" Even if he died, he wanted to know the reason. King Qingguang said coldly, "It was a senior, an existence that you can't afford to offend." The pupils of the undead spirit race's experts shrank. They knew that it was impossible to kill Lin Xian today. It seemed like they could only find another opportunity in the future. He snorted and waved his hand. "Let's go." The 5 great saints turned and left. The experts of the undead spirit race retreated. Those who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. They didn't expect that a certain death situation would be resolved once again. The 10 Kings of Hell looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian cupped his fists and thanked the seniors for helping. King Qingguang smiled. "Young man, you don't have to thank us. We were entrusted by others. Goodbye." The figures of the 10 Kings of Hell slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. "Lin Gongzi, you have such an identity? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hanya and the others heaved a sigh of relief. You, on the other hand, grumbled. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I didn't know that such a situation would happen." "All right." Seeing the puzzled look in their eyes, Lin Xian waved his hand and brought them away. When they arrived at a safe place, he asked, "Next, I'm going to leave the underworld. The world is vast, and I'm not afraid of the undead spirit race. Besides, I'm not from the underworld." Speaking of this, he looked at Han Xingjun and the others. "But what about you? You're from the underworld. The undead spirit race won't let you go. Besides, the Killing Sage Hall will probably make a move on you too." The Soul Sage Lord took in a deep breath and looked at the surrounding killer saints. He said that he had implicated them. "Sage, please don't say that. You usually take care of us like this. At the crucial moment, we naturally have to follow the sage. You also said, 'Sage, what do you think we should do?' We follow the sage." Soul Sage Lord stood up, looked into the starry sky, and sighed. Although the underworld was terrifying, it was still only a galaxy in the universe. Aside from the underworld, I also want to experience the vastness of the universe. After that, he looked at Lin Xian and said, "I'm willing to follow young master to the ancient primeval city." Lin Xian was equally shocked. Although the Soul Sage Lord and the others weren't at the pinnacle of the great sage realm, they weren't weak either. Moreover, these people were all assassins and had all kinds of assassination methods. If he could use it, it would be an extremely terrifying force. His divine union needed this kind of power. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he said solemnly, "If Senior wishes to follow me, I will not let you down." "Good. From today onwards, we will respect young master." The Soul Sage Lord said solemnly. You and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Respect Lin Wudy? They didn't dare to believe it. Although Lin Wudy was strong now, he couldn't beat a sage. However, the Soul Sage Lord had his own thoughts. His current strength was indeed stronger than Lin Xian's, but so what? He was a sage, while Lin Xian was only a sage ruler. How many realms were there between the two of them? If Lin Xian became a great sage, his strength would probably surpass the Soul Sage Lord's. Therefore, following a young great emperor like Lin Xian wouldn't be at a disadvantage. On the contrary, he would have supreme glory in the future. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lin Xian took out the black earth. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone onto the spirit ship. Then he slowly left. The news about the 5 pinnacle great sages, Lin Wudy, and the 10 kings of hell spread quickly. In an instant, the news spread throughout the entire infernal realm. Countless people were shocked. Unexpectedly, the 5 pinnacle great sages couldn't do anything to Lin Wudy. In the end, the 10 kings of hell had to give him face. It was unbelievable. At the same time, a legend began to spread in the underworld. It was about the younger generation. Previously, the number one of the younger generation had been changing places. It was either the Dead Souls Abyss or 2 other people. But now it was no longer these people. Instead, it was replaced by a new name. It was Lin Wudy. Lin Xian's previous battle results directly pushed him to the top. Countless people looked at the list in shock. Lin Wudy? This was an existence that they would look up to in their lifetime. Even the 2nd and 3rd place could only admit their inferiority. At the same time, another piece of news came. It was about the most dangerous people in the underworld that they could not afford to offend. Apart from those terrifying and famous sect masters and patriarchs, another young name appeared on the list. That was Lin Wudy. Provoking him was equivalent to offending the 10 kings of hell. Who dared to provoke such an existence? When the Dead Souls race heard the news, they were shocked. There was even a trace of despair in their eyes. It would be harder for them to take revenge in the future. A pinnacle great saint gritted his teeth and said, "Yuan Heir had a fiancée when he was alive. Go and pass the news to her." The people of Assassin Divine Palace were also shocked, especially the Deputy Palace Master. His face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he hated Elder Een to the core. The things that Elder Een had told him previously made him feel that Lin Xian was dispensable. He could even kill him easily. But now, the strength and value that Lin Xian had displayed were too great. but they had become enemies with him. Even the soul sage, the entire soul-killing sage, had left and disappeared. This was a huge loss to the assassin divine palace, but they could not be angry. They could only sulk. Elder Een and the rest felt their scalps go numb. They did not dare to return for a short period of time. They could only wait outside. The deputy palace master's anger had subsided. When the Blood Fury Saint heard about this, he was also stunned. Lin Xian had such an identity and background. Linglong Shui looked at her father and sighed. From the looks of it, his father seemed to have missed out on a great opportunity. An opportunity to follow the young great emperor had been missed just like that. News and legends about Lin Wuyi spread throughout the entire underworld. Until many years later, Lin Xian was still a legend. Holy Abyss Ancient City. The 3 great orthodoxies would have new geniuses enter every year. The new generation would replace the old. Now, in the past 10 years, some top geniuses had risen. Their cultivation was not strong, but their strength was frightening. Some had super strong bloodlines. Some had great opportunities and obtained heaven-defying weapons. There were also people who could use terrifying lost techniques. In short, these people stood out and defeated some of the older geniuses. Dao Sect. At this moment, the situation had changed greatly. The Dragon Palace, which had been silent back then, shone brightly once again. They displayed the power of an overlord, sweeping in all directions, especially the Divine Union. Chapter 5054. Previously, the Dragon Palace had been suppressed by Lin Xian and the Divine Union, especially during the Grand Meet. They were so suppressed that they could not even lift their heads. Later on, the Dragon Prince was poisoned by the Great Tao, and the situation was very dangerous. The Dragon Palace had been in despair for a time, and their morale was at its lowest. However, the situation had changed. The Dragon Prince had obtained the sacred tree of life, and his injuries had healed. His cultivation had even improved by a level. Now he was almost at the top of the Holy Gulf Tower. It was said that the people in the nest of 10,000 dragons were preparing to crown the Dragon Prince. Once they succeeded, the Dragon Prince would be the second top genius to be crowned king. At that time, the other party would not be weaker than Kunpingzi. An Emperor Road battle might even be brought forward. The Dragon Prince's strength made the Dragon Palace dazzle again. Over the past decade, the geniuses had joined the Dragon Palace, wanting to follow the Dragon Prince. Today was another day for the 3 great orthodoxies to recruit geniuses. The entire holy distant ancient city was very lively, and countless young geniuses had entered. The 3 great orthodoxies had also sent people to recruit them. On the heaven sex side, a beautiful woman in white stood there, attracting countless gazes. "Young master, I see that you are outstanding and have an extraordinary expression. Why don't you join the heaven sex test?" The woman in white looked over and saw a figure in the crowd. He walked over with a smile on his face. The surrounding people were stunned, and for a moment many people said with red faces, "I'm willing to join the heaven sex test." "Very good." The woman in white smiled and then stared at the figure in front of her. "What about you?" The man in front of her looked young and handsome, and he was dressed in a black robe. He did not have a terrifying aura, but his eyes were very determined. Based on the woman in white's experience, he was definitely an expert. Lin Xian looked ahead, narrowed his eyes, and sighed. Oh, it was time for the 3 great orthodoxies to recruit geniuses again. It really made people sigh. He had been away for more than 10 years, and he wondered how those people were doing. "Hey, our senior sister is talking to you." Those from the heaven sect were unhappy. Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at these people and said, "You don't know me?" A young man asked, "Who are you?" "Are you famous? Why should we know you?" Even the woman in white was curious. Lin Xian sighed. From the looks of it, these people must have joined after he left for more than 10 years. He had probably only heard of Lin Wuyi and Mad God, but had never seen them in person. That was probably why she didn't recognize him. Thinking of this, he said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I want to return to the Tao sect." Tao sect! Hearing this, the smile on the woman's face disappeared. Those from the Sky sect also frowned and walked away. Said someone coldly, "Humph, another naive guy. Did he really think that the Dragon Prince could be crowned king?" This guy definitely wanted to follow the Dragon Prince, but it was too late. Even if the Dragon Prince was crowned king, so what? Our Kun Pangzi in the sky had already succeeded more than 10 years ago. Now his strength was even more unfathomable, far beyond what the Dragon Prince could compare with. These people from heaven were very angry. Because of the Dragon Prince, all the geniuses who had participated in the test in recent years had gone to the True Path sect. The number of geniuses recruited by Heaven Central was much less than before. That was why they had come out this time to rope in those young geniuses. But by the looks of it, the results didn't seem to be good. Lin Xian also heard the discussions of these people and narrowed his eyes. He followed the Dragon Prince. What a joke! But he didn't say much. Just wait and see. There was bound to be a battle between him and the Dragon Prince. Leaving this place, Lin Xian walked towards the Tao sect. The Tao sect was indeed crowded with countless geniuses waiting there. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. When Lin Xian arrived, some people said, "Brother, line up behind. You're late. You have to stand behind." Voices rang out one after another. Some people even said, "Brother, how should I address you? Hey, what are you talking to this guy about? Is this guy famous?" His aura didn't seem that strong. Some people looked at him in disdain. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked straight ahead. Under the angry gazes of countless people, he came to the front and continued to walk forward. Hold it! The guards in front blocked the path, and the people behind sneered. Is this kid stupid? Who does he think he is? Wants to go in directly? That's right. The test hasn't started yet. He'll definitely be beaten back. These people looked like they were watching a show. Lin Xian was speechless. Why didn't he come back for so many years? Even these people don't recognize him anymore. He waved his hand and took out a token. "I'm from the Tao sect." Everyone was stunned, and the smiles on the faces of the people who were sneering at them also disappeared. The two guards in front quickly bowed after seeing it. "Greetings, senior brother. Please forgive us, senior brother. We just joined the Tao sect recently." They recognized that Lin Xian's token was the one from more than 10 years ago. This was obviously their senior brother. Lin Xian nodded. "Don't worry." Then he walked in. The people behind gasped. "Damn, this guy is from the Tao sect. This is our future senior brother. I was almost fooled by him. Luckily, I didn't offend him. Otherwise, I would be dead." These people were scared. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying identity, even though he didn't have any aura. The eyes of the young girls turned red. "He's so handsome. Aya, why didn't I chat with him just now? Maybe he can take me in." "I heard that the Dragon Palace is holding a martial arts grand competition. I wonder if the test will end early after we enter. I don't want to miss such a grand competition." Some people felt it was a pity. When they wanted to look for Lin Xian, they found that Lin Xian had already entered the Tao sect. After entering, Lin Xian found that it was also very lively inside. After asking around, he found out that the Dragon Palace was holding a martial arts grand competition. They invited all the geniuses in the ancient city to discuss the Tao. It seems like they want to crown the Dragon Prince and build momentum in advance. They can't wait anymore. Looks like I have to speed up. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He found a secluded place. He formed a seal with his palm. Demon's shadow. He used a great magic to form an avatar. The avatar was dressed in a black robe and surrounded by black qi. Lin Xian gave the token to the other party. His real body turned into a flash of light and disappeared. He wanted to go to the Holy Gulf Tower. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the peak of the Holy Gulf Tower. Coronation? He wanted to let everyone know that the Emperor's son could do it. He could do it too. He could even do it better. Lin Xian's avatar walked toward the Dragon Palace. He wanted to see how magical the Dragon Palace's martial arts grand competition was. Chapter 5055. The Dragon Palace was unusually lively. Countless geniuses had already arrived. Some of them were outstanding, while others had terrifying auras. Some gathered together to chat. Some even exploded with terrifying killing intent the moment they saw each other. Obviously, they had been enemies before. However, they didn't attack directly. After all, they had come to the Dragon Palace and had to respect the Dragon Clan. So, both sides snorted and retreated to the side. Among the many geniuses, there were a few who were extremely dazzling. One of them strode over. He was majestic and powerful, and his eyes shone with terrifying light. Countless people looked over. This person was none other than Long Ao. As the second genius of the Dragon Palace, his strength and talent were also terrifying. He was second only to the Dragon Prince. At this moment, Long Ao exuded the aura of a dragon god. Beside him was a beautiful woman, Lan Ziyu. Her aura had also undergone an earth-shattering change. Because she had followed Long Ao, she was qualified to enter the core area and receive guidance from the Path Sect elders. So, she was now considered a top expert of the Dragon Palace. The Blue Clan had also arrived. They looked at Lan Ziyu and nodded in satisfaction. Because of Lan Ziyu, they had completely allied with the Dragon Palace. Even their status and identity had changed. All of this was because of Lan Ziyu. They had already appointed Lan Ziyu as the young master of the Blue Clan. He would take over the Blue Clan in the future. This time not only the Path Sect and the other primeval clans, but also the Sky Sect and the Earth Sect. On the Sky Sect side, 5 people walked over. They were 5 brothers, and their auras were terrifying. Each of them carried a long sword on their back. The biting cold sword intent made everyone's scalp tingle. Swordsmen of the Sky Sect? These 5 were extremely famous top swordsmen. Each of them had strong individual combat strength. When the 5 of them worked together, they could form a terrifying, killing sword formation. Challenging those of a higher level was a piece of cake. The Earth Sect's people had also arrived. For example, the Overlord and others had also arrived. It could be said that this gathering was a gathering of people. Lord Wu Dao of the Yi clan had arrived. A voice came from outside. Countless people turned to look. Was Yi Wu Dao here? He was also a top genius. His status was no less than Long Ao's. So, countless people paid special attention. Long Ao also personally went out to welcome him. Leaf Dao Denier's aura was even more terrifying than before, making him seem like a young Grand Emperor. His every move made the others feel fearful. Even Long Ao squinted his eyes. This guy definitely cultivated the great Emperor's ancient scripture. He wondered what level he had reached in his cultivation. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of envy. Because of the Dragon Prince, no matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to cultivate the complete ancient scripture. He could only cultivate 1 or 2 of the great Emperor's divine abilities. But Leaf Dao Denier was different. The Leaf clan had no imperial son, and as a top genius he was qualified to cultivate the ancient scripture of the earth. This kind of treatment indeed made Long Ao's eyes red with envy. Young Master Yi, a rare guest. Long Ao laughed. Leaf Dao Denier nodded and walked in. Of course, he hadn't come alone, but rather had brought a few people with him. When he saw these people, Long Ao's face became a little gloomy. This was because the people following Yi Wu Dao were from the Divine Union. Crimson Dragon, Toad by Susu, Fu Hongya. These people had followed Lin Xian back to the Bronze Immortal Hull. Later, Lin Xian had stayed in the underworld for a long time, and these people had discussed returning together. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Toad snorted coldly. The others were also in an uproar. The people of the Divine Union actually dared to come out. I think they are here to die. Someone sneered. Long Ao was instantly enraged. He stared at these people and said coldly, "Men, take them down!" The surrounding experts of the Dragon Palace stood up one after another, and a terrifying aura swept across the 9 heavens. The Crimson Dragon roared. He had never been afraid of anyone. He also roared, and dragon blood appeared. Yi Wudao said with his hands behind his back, "Is this how the Dragon Palace treats its guests? This is a martial arts conference. You invited all the geniuses in the world, right? Why can't they come? The tolerance of the Dragon Palace is too small." When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. Yi Wudao was indeed on the side of the divine union. Long Ao's face was also cold. "Young Master Yi, this is the Dragon Palace, not your Yi family's territory." Yi Wudao's eyes shone brightly. "Are you warning me? Then let's see if you are qualified to warn me." Yi Wudao took a step forward, and the power in his body exploded. At this moment, everyone felt like their bodies were about to split open. Long Ao's face also changed. Yi Wudao had not shown any aura before, but once he used this power, it made his scalp go numb. However, he was also a top expert with the ancient body. How could he be afraid of Yi Wudao? Moreover, his cultivation had improved over the years, and he had even cultivated the mystique of the great emperor. Naturally, he was not afraid of Yi Wudao. "Then let me experience young master Ye's ultimate skill." Long Ao exuded a terrifying killing intent. The others were also shocked. Was the battle going to be brought forward? "Stop!" Long Ao let them in. In the distance, an old man walked out. It was an elder of the 1,000 Dragon Court. This gathering was a gathering for them to build momentum for the Dragon Prince. Bringing forward the battle before it even started would have a bad impact on them. Therefore, they stopped the battle directly. "Yes, old John, I understand." Long Ao nodded. He also knew the importance of this gathering, so he did not dare to be presumptuous. He snorted coldly. "You guys can go in. Yi Wudao, the battle between us is only temporary. There will be a battle sooner or later." Yi Wudao walked past him and said indifferently, "My target is not you, but your Dragon Prince." The crowd was in an uproar. Indeed, martial artists also wanted to go down the path of the great emperor. However, Long Ao's face turned ugly. Was Yi Wudao looking down on him? Damn it, he would not let Yi Wudao go if he had the chance. Yi Wudao and the others were invited in and sat down. The others also took their seats. The elder of the 1,000 Dragon Court walked out and said with a smile, "Thank you all for coming to the gathering of the dragon race. Let me give you a toast." The elder took out a spirit wine and drank it in one gulp. Since the elder was being polite, the other geniuses did not dare to be careless and drank. Elder Long of the 1,000 Dragon Court smiled. This gathering was to tell everyone that the Dragon Prince will be crowned soon. The Dragon Prince of our Dragon Clan will be crowned king soon. I hope everyone won't miss such a grand occasion. Countless people were surprised. Although they had heard the news before, it was still shocking to hear it from the elder of the dragon race. Had the Dragon Prince reached the pinnacle? It was faster than they had imagined. Those from the Sky Sect frowned. It seemed that Kunping Zi was going to be challenged again. Chapter 5056. At this moment, someone sighed. It seemed that the Dragon Prince would rule the world in the future. As soon as that was said, many people nodded. It was indeed true. Of course, there were also people who refuted that it was too early. The Dragon Prince was powerful, but was Kunping Zi weak? He had been crowned king earlier than the Dragon Prince. Countless people nodded. It seemed that the two princes would have a competition in the future. Lin Xian naturally came too. He sat down in the crowd. At this moment he was also surprised. No wonder the Dragon Clan had been arrogant recently. He wondered what realm the Dragon Prince had reached. Had he broken through to become a supreme saint? He was now a saint king. So were Yi Wudao and the others. Even Kunping Zi and the Dragon Prince were only at the peak of the Saint King realm. They had not become supreme saints. Once he became a great sage, his strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. Whoever broke through first would be able to surpass others in advance. However, the Dragon Prince and Kunpengzi's bloodline was too strong. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to break through. So, they had not broken through yet. Yi Wudao and Long Ao also had the ancient, desolate body. Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body and the dragon's sword soul. It was not easy for him to break through. However, although they were all saint kings, their strength was stronger than ordinary intermediate supreme saints. They were geniuses who could fight above their level effortlessly. At this moment, a swordsman in the sky said, everyone was talking about the Dragon Prince, but where was he? Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he looked down on people like us? Yes, that's right. The people of the Dragon Clan were too rude. They wanted to cheer for the Dragon Prince, but the Dragon Prince did not come out himself. A few cold snorts were heard, shocking the surrounding people. They looked carefully and found that the people who spoke were from the Heavenly Sect. Obviously, the Heavenly Sect wanted to suppress the Dragon Palace. Long Ao and the others frowned. Even the elders of the Dragon Palace stopped smiling. However, at this moment, he looked up at the sky and sneered. Everyone, the Dragon Prince you want to see is here. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people looked up at the sky. The sky was extremely calm, but in the next moment, the wind and clouds surged. Countless dragon shadows flew over from afar, spanning tens of thousands of miles. On top of those dragon shadows, there was a figure standing tall and straight, incomparably terrifying. He was like a dragon god, descending upon the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone could feel the suppression of their bloodlines, causing their blood to freeze. His soul was about to split open. It was the Dragon Prince. He really came. Oh my God! The bloodline of the monarch, the aura of the supreme Tao. The Dragon Prince's cultivation of the monarch's ancient scripture has improved again. Most likely, he wasn't too far away from achieving a breakthrough to become a great sage. Exclamations were heard one after another. People like the tyrant and the Heaven Sect swordsmen clenched their fists. Leaf Daudenier took a deep breath. Obviously, he was feeling a lot of pressure. Long Ao's expression was also solemn. He originally thought that his years of cultivation would be able to reduce the gap between them. But now, it seemed that the gap between them had widened again. Was the Dragon Prince someone he had to look up to all his life? His heart was filled with despair. At this time, a swordsman from the sky sect walked out and said, as expected of the legendary Emperor's son, Dragon Prince, I would like to experience the Emperor's ultimate technique. As he spoke, he swung his sword. With a clang, the long sword cut through the void like lightning. This sword was like a peerless divine sword that slashed into the 9 heavens. The surrounding people were shocked. Was he going to attack the Dragon Prince? It was too unbelievable. The people from the 1,000 Dragon dynasty sneered. Facing this peerless sword, the Dragon Prince lowered his head and looked. His eyes burst out with a bright light, and his gaze turned into a sharp blade light that swept over. With a clang, the sword was split in half. Not only that, the sword saint who attacked also vomited blood and was sent flying. The armor on his body was shattered, and blood burst out, dyeing the 9 heavens red. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. He was too strong. The swordsman who attacked was a top powerhouse among the younger generation of the Sky Sect. His strength was unparalleled, and there were not many people present who could contend against him. But now, they couldn't even block a single gaze from the Dragon Prince. Was this the difference between them and the Emperor's son? Thinking of this, they all felt despair. It was really sad to be in the same era as such a person. The Dragon Prince looked down and asked calmly, Are you qualified to fight me? Damn it. The injured swordsman's face turned pale. Was he being ignored? This was a feeling that he had never felt before. But that gaze just now was too terrifying, and it easily pierced through his body. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he wouldn't be a match for him. The other four walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" The five of them formed a sword formation together, but they probably couldn't fight against him. He was too strong and invincible. That was what everyone was thinking. The people from the Dragon Palace walked out and said, "Don't even think about fighting against our prince. The Dragon Prince is famous. His opponents are only the other emperors. For example, Kunpingzi, the others are no match for him. Not to mention the Dragon Prince. You can't even defeat our Dragon Prince. Our Dragon Prince has the ancient, desolate body, and his strength is unparalleled. He can defeat all of you with one attack." The Dragon Prince they were talking about was naturally Long Ao. Indeed, not to mention the Dragon Prince, even Long Ao, there were not many people who could contend against him. That was the ancient, desolate body, a body that was as famous as Yi Wu Dao and the others. It seemed that the rise of the Dragon Palace was unstoppable. The future would definitely be the Dragon clans. Voices sounded one after another. It seemed that they had to make friends with the Dragon clan in advance to plan for the future. The people from the Dragon Palace laughed proudly. This feeling was really good. The Dragon Prince was Long Ao, and he seemed to have been trampled under the feet of others. "What are you proud of?" A sneer sounded, and it spread clearly in all directions. The surrounding people were stunned, and they all gasped. "Who is it? How dare you say such words?" The people from the Dragon Palace roared. "Who is it? Get out. How dare you challenge our Dragon Palace? Do you want to die?" The voice sounded again. "What, am I wrong? Has he never been defeated before?" "I remember that he was defeated by others in the Tao sect sacred assembly. At that time, countless pairs of eyes saw it. Are you trying to hide the truth? Ridiculous. Nonsense. Get out." The people from the Dragon Palace began to search frantically. At this time, the Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. "You are the ones who are laughing. He was indeed defeated by Lin Xian. That's right, I remember that his clone was killed by Lin Xian as soon as he appeared. Later on, his real body appeared, but he was slapped to the ground by Lin Xian. He is no match for our divine union. What is there to be arrogant about in the Dragon Palace?" Chapter 5057. Damn Aunt, what did you say? The people from Dragon Palace roared. Long Ao's face darkened. He had indeed been defeated by Lin Xian. However, no one dared to mention this matter. Now, someone had brought it up again, especially when so many geniuses were gathered together. That was a slap to his face. He stood up and said coldly, "Two ants come over. I'll slap you to death." "Ha!" Toad sneered. "How impressive. Why don't you slap Lin Xian instead? He would probably be slapped to death by Lin Xian." Bai Susu snorted. "You were defeated by Lin Xian. Shouldn't you challenge him? What's the point of challenging us?" The others were also discussing animatedly. Yes, when discussing the geniuses of the world, besides the Dragon Prince, Kunpingzi, Yi Wu Dao, and Long Ao, they seemed to have forgotten about one person. That was Lin Xian. He was called Invincible Lin. His strength and methods were beyond their imagination. Long Ao had been defeated by him back then. He should be a super expert below the Emperor's level. Lin Xian. Hearing this name, Long Ao gritted his teeth. The people from Dragon Palace were also filled with killing intent. It was this person who had suppressed their Dragon Palace back then. Lan Zi stood up and said coldly, "What Lin Xian?" He was already gone. There had been no news of him for more than 10 years. He had already fallen outside. The Blue Tribe's elder nodded in agreement. That's right. A dead genius was nothing. Even if he was once dazzling, he had no future. The people from Dragon Palace sneered. "Where is this Lin Xian you're talking about? Does he dare to come out? If he does, I'll slap him to death." "That's right." Long Ao snorted. "Lin Xian, that coward, hasn't dared to come out for more than 10 years. He must know that I've become stronger, so he doesn't dare to come out. It was an accident that I lost to him back then. I wasn't in my best condition back then. Otherwise, how could I have lost? Now that I'm at my peak, if he dares to come out, I'll destroy him in 3 moves. Long Ao displayed great confidence. The members of the Divine Union gritted their teeth. Even the Crimson Dragon sighed. After so many years, they really didn't have any news about Lin Xian. They were even worried that something might have happened to Lin Xian. However, before leaving, the Crimson Dragon had specifically asked for a soul aura from Lin Xian and made it into a soul card. At this moment, there was nothing wrong with the soul plate, which let them know that Lin Xian's life was not in danger. It was just that he was delayed by something outside. However, the others didn't think so. They guessed that Lin Xian might have fallen. What a pity. Brother Lin and I are about the same level of cultivation base. If you want to fight, I'm more than happy to oblige. If you can beat me, that means you can beat him. Do you dare? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were shocked. Was Leaf Denier going to stand up for Lin Xian? It was too unbelievable. Long Ao's face also darkened. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. He had to fight today to show his powerful strength. Otherwise, these people would really think that he was a pushover. Long Ao took a step forward. The aura of the dragon on his body roared and the whole world shook. The people of the Dragon Palace were very confident. Long Ao had failed before, but so what? He was now a different person from more than a decade ago. Now, he had no opponents under the Emperor's sun. Even if the opponent was Leaf Denier, they were still fearless. Today was a grand event specially arranged by the Dragon Palace to build momentum for the Dragon Prince. Now that someone had challenged them, they had to be ruthlessly suppressed. They had to let them know who was in charge in this place. Everyone was excited. Could they see a fierce battle in advance? That was great. Leaf Denier also stood up and was ready to fight. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. Was there a need to use the sacred body of the ancients to deal with such trash? I can do it. As he said that, a figure walked over. The surrounding people went crazy. God, who is this? How dare he say that Long Ao was trash? Long Ao was a top genius. If he was trash, then what were the others? Weren't they worse than trash? What an arrogant tone. Countless people turned their heads to look, wanting to see who was so arrogant. Even Leaf Denier was stunned. He also turned his head to look. The Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others also turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw a man in a black robe, surrounded by demonic chi, walking over. Was it him? The Crimson Dragon and the others frowned. They thought that Lin Xian had returned. The others were also puzzled. Who was this person? Was he a top genius of the ancient city? Was he an expert of the 3 orthodoxies? It didn't seem like it. Who are you, kid? How dare you challenge me? Tell me your identity and origin. I'll see if you have the right to be arrogant here. Why waste time talking to him? Just kill him. A powerhouse of the Dragon Palace made his move. With a dagger in his hand, he instantly appeared behind Lin Xian. With a wave of his dagger, he split the void in half. The surrounding people exclaimed, "What a fast speed! What a ruthless killing method!" They saw the black-robed man's figure being split apart. The Dragon Palace expert sneered. "What kind of expert is he? He can't even block one of my attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. He found that the split figure was slowly disappearing. Lin Xian appeared on the other side. "You can't even keep up with my speed, and you dare to assassinate me? Is the Dragon Palace full of trash? What? Was that just an afterimage?" Countless people were in an uproar. When did this guy dodge? They were really shocked. Some people's pupils shrank, while others exclaimed. This was an expert. The Dragon Palace expert's face was cold. Damn it, go to hell. He was about to wave his dagger again, but Lin Xian sneered. I only said a few words of truth, and the Dragon Palace wants to kill me? Then, if I were to defeat Long Ao, Wouldn't all of your elders cover the sky and cover the earth to hunt me down? It seems that this battle is not necessary. Stop! Long Ao roared, and the Dragon Palace expert stopped. He gritted his teeth and returned unwillingly. Long Ao said coldly, "My Dragon Palace is upright. Since when would we do such a despicable thing? Just attack. The elders of the dragon race will definitely not attack. I don't believe in a despicable person like you." Lin Xian looked at the elder of the 1,000-dragon dynasty. That elder's face was cold. Why would we care about the sparring of the younger generation? There are so many geniuses here. Are you going to question my dragon palace? Lin Xian smiled. Since the elder of the dragon race has spoken, I will naturally believe him. He looked forward and said, "Long Ao, you are too pitiful. Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I will spare you this time. Otherwise, if you are defeated by me again, I am afraid that your martial heart will be shattered."